everyone. It is 4:15 p.m. on February 25th, 2025, and I call to order the public hearing regarding the instructional materials complaint concerning the book, The Hunger Games. The district is in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act by notifying the media of the date, time, and place of the meeting and tapes the meeting for accuracy in preparing the minutes. Do I hear a motion to begin the meeting?
We begin the meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. The district tapes the meetings for accuracy in preparing the minutes. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the State Board of Education regulation, Uniform Procedure for Selection or Reconsideration of Instructional Materials, Lexington 1's Board Policy KEC Public Concerns, and Complaints about Instructional Materials, and the Policies Administrative Rule. On December 11th, 2024, Mrs. Nancy Wheeler filed a complaint requesting the Hunger Games be restricted to grades 9 through 12 only. Upon receipt of the complaint, the district began the procedures outlined in Policy KECR to address the complaint. First, the school-level committee convened to review the complaint under the stipulated guidelines. The school-level committee recommended retaining the book for the use at the middle school level as a curricular material and to continue to provide access to the book in both classroom libraries and the school library. Following that determination, the complaint moved to the district level committee. The district level committee recommended upholding the school committee's outcome. This brings us to today's hearing, at which the complaint will be reviewed by the Board of Trustees. The order of the hearing will be as follows. The complainant, Mrs. Wheeler, will address the board for up to 5 minutes. The district level review committee representative, Dr. Erica Bissell, will address the board for up to 5 minutes. The board will then have the opportunity to ask questions of both parties for up to 10 minutes. The board will hear any public comments from citizens of the community. Each individual may address the board for up to 3 minutes, with 12 minutes total for public comments. Upon conclusion of the public comment, the board will take 5 minutes for individual reflection. The board chair will then call for a motion, any discussion regarding the motion, and then a vote. Moving on to 1.2, the complainant is not present, so we will move on to Dr. Erica Bissell. So, Dr. Bissell, please proceed with your opening statement.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Erica Bissell, and I'm the Executive Director of Teaching and Learning in Lexington School District 1. Today, I am serving as the district representative for the Instructional Materials Review Committee that was appointed by Chief Academic Officer Mary Gaskins to review The Hunger Games by Suzanne Collins. The district committee met on January 28th at 1:30 p.m. to review the complainant's request to reconsider the use of The Hunger Games by Suzanne Collins in middle school classrooms following the school committee's recommendation to retain the book. The district committee began the meeting by signing a document to attest to having read The Hunger Games in its entirety. As the meeting facilitator, I then reviewed the purpose of the committee and gave the committee time to review several guiding documents, including Lexington 1 policies KECR and IJJ, which address public concerns about instructional resources and instructional materials selection, respectively, as well as book reviews of The Hunger Games from peer-reviewed journals. The committee's discussion centered on several key points. The committee did not feel as though The Hunger Games contained sexually explicit content as defined by State Board of Education Regulation 43-170. While acknowledging the violence and some reference to nudity, the committee did not find the content inappropriate for middle school students. The committee also recognized the complainant's right to make decisions for her child and appreciated the option for an alternative text that was provided by the school. In referring back to policy IJJ, the committee noted that while they respect the parental input, district policy does not allow individual preferences to override the rights of the majority. Though the committee acknowledged the book has some advanced themes, they did not feel the content violated existing regulations or policies. Finally, the committee agreed that the book may not be suitable for all students and should not be assigned as required reading, and reiterated that when the book is used as a curricular resource, parents should be provided an alternative, which the parent was. Overwhelmingly, the committee appreciated the parents' involvement. However, after thorough review and discussion, the committee concluded that The Hunger Games is educationally suitable and aligns with the intended learning standards for which it is being used. With that said, the committee's final decision was to recommend upholding the school Committee's recommendation to fully retain the Hunger Games for use at the middle school level, which is grades 6 through 8, as a curricular material and to continue to provide access to the book in both classroom libraries and the school library. This recommendation reflects the committee's commitment to providing access to diverse and engaging literature while respecting parental concerns and adhering to established policies and legal guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bissell. At this time, I'll open the floor to the board to address either party with clarifying questions. So, board members, do you have any questions for Dr. Bissell? I just have a couple. So this book is a dystopian novel that falls under standards in our district, right? What are some examples of other novels that you know of that are used for this type of literature?
Oh, goodness. City of Ember is another one, and that was actually the alternative text that was provided.
And that alternative text was accepted by the parent?
I cannot answer that question.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I believe so. Yes. I hear yes.
Oh, okay.
So, yes, it was. I wish I could tell you what other choices students have had. I want to keep it in the same realm of what's appropriate for this grade level, so I'm afraid to say a title in case I reference something that we only use at the high school or only at the middle. I just would be hesitant to say titles without knowing for sure.
I actually have a few. I researched a few others. The Giver, Among the Hidden, I guess. Fahrenheit 451.
So
the last book in the universe.
So certainly those all fall under the genre of dystopian, but they are not all applicable or would be used at this level. Fahrenheit 451, for example, would certainly not be used at the middle school level. So though those are dystopian genre, I would, again, be hesitant to compare them to the Hunger Games because it is, per peer-reviewed journals, named as appropriate for this age of child. Some of those others are not.
Thank you. And just clarifying, the committee recommends keeping it at the middle school level and also allowing it to be used as class texts.
Correct, as long as it is accompanied by an option for parents to choose not to have their child engage with that text and provide a suitable and equally appropriate and allowable to address the same standards alternative.
Okay. Board members, any other questions?
Dr. Bissell, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So obviously the district has a policy that a parent can opt into a different novel or book when that comes up. How do we communicate to them? Is that something we communicate at the beginning of the year or for each book that comes out, or how do we go about doing that?
Yes and yes. So we are committed to communicating with parents and having them be involved in their students' educational journey. And so we communicate that in a variety of ways. We do that at the beginning of the year. We do believe that students should have choice and voice in what they read so that we can draw into their interests and they will be more engaged in what they're reading. And so at our middle school and high school levels, we actually, in our English syllabus and or in our welcome letter, provide parents an opportunity to tell the teacher, if there is a topic or an author or a genre that they do not feel comfortable with their child reading. The teacher then respects that, and when the child is self-selecting out of the classroom library, they will help the child to make guided decisions based on what the parent has suggested. In the case of this unit, which the Hunger Games was the anchor text, before the unit began, well in advance, I'd say several weeks, parents were informed that this was going to be the study and that this would be the text used, and if they had would not prefer their child to use this anchor text, they had the option to then opt out and be provided an alternative anchor text. And we do that in all subjects. That's not just in English language arts. We also have similar processes in our school libraries where parents can communicate with our librarians and they can put a flag in Destiny, which is our library search system, and it will do the same thing. If a child is trying to check out a book that a parent does not prefer, then it'll flag, and that can even be after the book is sent home. They can send it back and the flag can be put in. They don't know what every book that's in the library and what their child's going to choose.
So it sounds to me like there are multiple opportunities for a parent to have that choice and voice. It's not like we're saying you've got to have this book or you can't have any other book.
That would not be the practice that we would expect our schools to engage in.
Thank you.
How long does a unit like this particularly last?
I would say a unit could last anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks, depending on all of the other engagements that they're being asked to be a part of.
So then what would that look like for children who choose a different text? Do they leave the classroom? Do they stay in the classroom? What does that look like for them?
In my experience, and I cannot speak to specifically what is happening at the school where the complaint came from, but typically the children are reading a lot of this text independently, and so the child who's not reading the anchor text that the majority maybe are reading, they'll be reading that, and then the standards and the assessments are aligned to, the assessments and the engagements and activities that children are engaging in are about standards, not about the text. So a text assessment question would not say, in the Hunger Games, why did blah, 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 right? It would say, in a dystopian text, how does the author typically frame the theme? What would be some techniques the author would use to help the reader understand the theme of the text? Meaning it can be applied. Everything that we do should be applicable and transferable to all texts. So it's not getting good and getting to know one dystopian novel. It's getting to know what dystopian authors do and how readers are to interact with that type of genre. I would say if text from the novel was going to be used in a whole class setting and a parent had chosen for their child not to participate in that, arrangements would be made so the child would not be exposed. And that could very well mean them stepping out of the class with adult supervision and probably another adult to coordinate their learning experience for that time.
Yeah, I got a few. And I appreciate Mr. Rice asking that question because that was the similar question I had. So I'm glad the opt-out question was answered. What is most of these books, the age kind of preference for this book?
Well, with many things, that is hard to put a thumb on. It ranges everywhere from 9 to 11 to 12, depending on what source you're looking at. So unfortunately, if you're looking at multiple sources and multiple reviews, which we tried to do, the age range is anywhere from upper elementary through upper middle school.
Okay. Thank you. That was my one question.
My last question, you might not know the answer.
Okay.
Approximately how often do we have, or were there any other students that opted out of this?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay.
May I ask the audience?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We will now hear public comment regarding the complaint. Each speaker may have up to 3 minutes, with a total of 12 minutes allotted for public comments. Consistent with our citizens' participation rules, speakers may not speak about or name specific individuals, whether students or school or district staff. So our first speaker is Zoe Durand.
Hello, my name is Zoe Durand, and I'm a student from Pleasant Hill Middle School in the 8th grade. I'm here to discuss the proposed ban of the Hunger Games by Susan Collins. Our schools. Some believe the book is too violent or too inappropriate. However, I think removing it is unfair, and it takes away important learning and opportunities. The Hunger Game addresses serious topics like poverty and the danger of excessive control. It encourages us to think critically about society. The story also highlights strong family bonds and tough choices, such as Katniss volunteering to save her sister, demonstrating love and sacrifice. Banning this book means missing out on the valuable lesson. Instead, let's promote open discussions about them to help us understand different viewpoints and grow as an individual. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. Our next person is Sarah Jorgensen.
Maggie Kuhn once said, "Speak the truth even if your voice shakes." My name is Sarah Jorgensen, and I'm here before the board today as a parent of 2 children in the Lexington 1 schools. I urge the board to consider the ramifications of allowing a single person to limit access for everyone. As a parent, I absolutely have the right to determine what my children read. I should not have the power to determine what other people's children are allowed to read. One person determining the outcome of a book available to thousands of middle school students in our district is not okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Jorgensen. Our next participant is Natasha Durand.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for giving us this opportunity. I want to say I strongly oppose banning or restricting access to books in any of our schools. The parent filing this complaint had the option to opt their child out. No one is forcing any student to read material they or their family are uncomfortable with. But what concerns me is that this decision is now being used to restrict access for all students, rather than allowing parents to make choices that are right for their own children. Not all children are the same. Some may not be ready for certain books, while others are. That's why we trust education to guide students through literature with age-appropriate discussions that encourage critical thinking. Shielding children from challenging ideas doesn't prepare them for the real world. It only limits their ability to engage with different perspectives, form their own opinions, and develop the skills they need to navigate complex topics. As a parent, I take an active role in my child's education, as you can see here, and I want the right to decide what they read, not have the decision made for me by someone else's personal beliefs. Parents should absolutely be engaged in their child's learning, but that means having conversations at home, not removing books that other families may find valuable. Banning books doesn't protect children, it limits them. It seems a dangerous precedent of controlling knowledge rather than fostering understanding. Let's trust our educators, respect parental choice, and give students the opportunity to learn, think, and grow.
Thank you, Ms. Durand. Board members, we have heard statements. Well, we've heard statements from one party and we've received materials from the other and from those public speakers present. At this time, each board member will remain at their seat to form their thoughts on pending action. Under the state board's regulation, the board is charged as follows. A district may select new instructional materials or allow existing instructional materials to be provided to or remain available to students only if the instructional material is age and developmentally appropriate and aligned with and supportive of the instructional program of the school and district, including consistency with the then current profile of a South Carolina graduate. Any materials that do not satisfy both of the foregoing requirements shall not be acquired, retained, or used by a public school district in this state. For purposes of this regulation, age and developmentally appropriate means topics, messages, materials, and teaching methods suitable to particular ages or age groups of children and adolescents based on developing cognitive, emotional, and behavioral capacity typical for the age or age group. Instructional material is not age and developmentally appropriate for any age or age group of children if it includes descriptions or visual depictions of sexual conduct as that term is defined by Section 1615.305C1. When making decisions to select or retain specific instructional materials from among those that satisfy the mandatory threshold criteria, each district board shall consider the following additional criteria to determine the educational stability of the material. 1. The material's academic or educational rigor. 2. The material's educational significance. 3. The material's validity, accuracy, objectivity, currency, and appropriateness. 4. The finite availability of library shelf space and whether the space occupied by any particular volume could be better filled by a different volume with greater academic rigor, objectivity, or accuracy, literary or education merit, or quality. 5. The finite availability of instructional time and whether the time occupied teaching or learning any particular material could be better spent on material with greater academic rigor, objectivity, or accuracy, literary or educational merit, or quality. In no event shall the state board's decision in a matter arising under this regulation be based primarily on or motivated primarily by disagreement with or opposition to the viewpoints expressed within the challenged material. When considering action, the board must decide whether to grant or deny, in whole or in part, the relief requested by the complainant. Okay, so take a few minutes and collect your thoughts. Board, do I hear a motion regarding the complainant's request to restrict the Hunger Games to grades 9 through 12 only?
Madam Chair, I move that the Lexington 1 Board of Trustees move to uphold the district-level committee recommendation to fully retain the Hunger Games book at the middle school level, thus denying the relief requested by the complainant.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
I second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I have any discussion?
I guess with the discussion, I was just writing a few notes here. I guess one of the beauties of this country is the freedom that we allow people to have, and I think that's one thing that honors what the country is based on. Even though the complainant has some concerns with their particular student being able to read it, I feel like the district offering that opportunity to opt out honors that freedom of them being able to make choices. And if they didn't, I might have a different opinion, but I think that honors that. At the same time, by allowing them to choose that freedom to opt out of the book for their individual student, it also honors the freedom of other parents who feel like my child is mature enough and can handle this, and we discuss things. It honors their freedom. So to me, I just really feel with that motion to uphold it, to deny in whole, banning the book, from middle school, in my opinion, I think that honors the freedom of what our country is actually based on.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Anyone
Mr.
else?
Rice, I think that was very succinctly put. I appreciate your comments.
Madam Chair, I have a few things to say. I too appreciate Mr. Rice's comments, and the decisions we make don't come lightly when it comes to issues like this. And whatever decision is made or voted on by the board, I want to make sure that if you're a parent, don't hold back from doing it again if you don't like how this vote goes. We're going to look at everything separately, not as a whole. So just remember that. We don't want you to stop putting stuff forward because, yes, me personally, I can't speak for the whole board, I do believe in parents' rights. And I believe as a parent, there's things that I want for my children. But I also know there are things that other parents will not agree with me with. And to start putting my views over someone else's takes away parental rights. So if we want true parental rights, I think we have to allow the person to make the decision for their kid and their kid only. Because when it gives a slippery slope when one person starts making decisions for everyone else. And I think we need to remember that. But I don't want to hasten anyone from putting another claim in or a complaint in either. So just know that I'll always listen to any complaints you have. That's my comments.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Mr. Anderson?
I'm thankful that there is a mechanism that we have that we're doing here today for such things, and to piggyback off of what Mr. Pizzuti said, this is something that is available to every parent. I, too, advocate for parents' rights, and just thankful that we have this process.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Couple of comments. And I think it was Ms. Studemeyer that said banning books doesn't protect children, it limits them. And I really appreciated that comment. And also acknowledge that there are other books and subjects that we study in our schools, including a lot of our history books that include violence. And that is difficult to read sometimes, and it's difficult to have to talk about those types of things. But there is educational merit in that. And again, going back, I think, Mr. Rice, you did a beautiful job to not impress your own concerns on others allows that freedom for everybody. And again, because there is a way to opt out, I think that is the grace that's allowed here. So thank you.
And I guess last but not least,
Ms. McCown?
Yeah. I would just like to say, while I don't necessarily agree that seventh graders should have this book in their hands, I will agree with Mr. Rice here on the fact that we do have this opportunity to have the parent opt out, and I'm grateful for that. I also agree with you, Nick, and I want to speak to parents as well and just say that this is a topic that I'm passionate about also, and that I hope this doesn't dissuade anyone from coming and bringing different books to us, and we will treat them all individually and fairly. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have a motion on the table. All those in favor of Ms. Shealy's motion, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Ms. McCown? So 6-1. You're abstaining. Okay. So the motion carries. Ms. Wheeler is not here, but she will be able to listen back and hear the board's decision. Within 15 days, she will receive the written determination and an explanation of how the district board applied and complied with the decisional criteria and requirements of this regulation. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Madam Chair, I move we adjourn the public hearing.
Thank you.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Hello.
There you go. It's on.
Perfect. It is 5 p.m. and I call to order the February 25th, 2025 board work session. This is the second section of the book discussion, Great on Their Behalf, by Eric Journey Craybill. Mr. Chris Rice will be leading this session. Do I hear a motion to convene the work session?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to convene the work session.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Flashnick. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. All right, Mr. Rice, I turn it over to you.
All right, thank you. I almost opposed that vote just then, but that's all right. But I was outnumbered anyway, so that's fine. They did, didn't they? All right. So we're going to continue our book study on Great on Their Behalf, and I have the fast hands and have the honor to go through this. So I did bring water here, but I don't want that to make you all nervous and that I'm going to do a lot of talking. I'm actually going to encourage you to do a lot of the talking. So, because we're doing this as a board, so let's kind of just get into it. So, I guess the format that I'd like to take, I grabbed a couple bullet points, and once we get these up here, you'll be able to see them. Y'all let me know when they're ready. Okay, they're almost there. So I've grabbed basically about 3 bullet points from each chapter, but I don't want just the way I read the book and interpreted certain things and things that jumped out to me, similar to what we just did here. I don't want my opinions to infringe on everyone else's opinions and thoughts on what you read. So I'll use kind of my points as a guideline, but please feel free to jump in as you need to and give your other thoughts, because I think it adds more to the study if everyone participates and gives their thought. So as I'm waiting on my slides, I will share one thing with you that from another book that I'm reading right now. I don't remember the name of it, but I remember one thing about it was they said if you have an organization and no one ever speaks up and disagrees with anything, they said usually what that means is that you have a lack of trust in that organization, because people do not always agree on everything all the time, and if you never hear any disagreement, there's a lack of trust. And so I don't want to be a person that is a proponent for moving lack of trust. So even if you disagree with my bullet points, please speak up. We need to use our dignity index that we heard about this weekend. You all heard about it ad nauseum after I went through that session, but do I need it closer? Do I need to talk louder? Closer is good. Is that better? Okay. In other words, she just said you need to speak louder and you need to be closer, but I'm going to use the dignity index and just slide it up for you. So that's perfect. Yeah. So the chapter 4 is what we started with, and the title of that is Student Outcomes Don't Change Until Adult Behaviors Change. That's a mouthful right there. Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. So what I'll do, I'll just start with the first bullet point, and you all have microphones, so feel free to chime in. The first bullet point that jumped out at me was be willing to confront the evidence of how we best serve children, no matter where that evidence points. So I'll repeat that again because we don't have the slides up yet. Be willing to confront the evidence of how we best serve children, no matter where that evidence points. And that jumped out at me because I thought once the evidence is in your face as to how you best serve children, it may be contrary to what I think, because that evidence may point in a different direction. And I'll just give you all this. As I was reading it, my background is engineering, as you all know. So I love the STEM, all of the STEM classes and the science and technology and engineering, mathematics, all those things. But I have to face the fact that if the evidence shows the way we best serve children is we have to focus more on ELA in the primary grades. Now, I'm not an educator, so I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just saying my opinion. If that's the case, I felt like that says that evidence points there, and it may be opposite what I think. Are we ready? Yeah, here we go. Look at there. Here we go. So it may be opposite what I think, but you have to confront that evidence and say, no matter where it points, we need to confront that and make sure that that's right, and it may not be exactly what you think. So I don't know if anybody else has a thought about that.
Yeah, I'd like that first point you made, and sometimes we kind of learned that at a function this weekend, listened to some stories of other districts. Sometimes the evidence is not the evidence we want to see, and that's the hard part. I mean, you can look at where these numbers at the beginning of the year, at the end of the year, numbers are worse. What's that evidence? If there's that data showing us that something's not working. But on the other end, you could say, hey, we started here 5 years later. We went from a 5 to an 87. So what if one school can do it, all schools can do it, supposedly. I mean, I know not every school is the same, but you think about it, especially in certain areas. But I think that's something I do agree that we need to look at the evidence and use that to kind of drive the data of what's working, what's not working, even if it's the evidence we don't want to see.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak to that or comment about something else along those lines? If not, I'll move to my next point. Next point, despite our desire to look good in front of others, we have to put it all aside and focus on our students. So, from my perspective, our desire to look good in front of others, we are elected officials and we hear from a lot of our constituents. But it's really challenging sometimes. You want to look good, but you have to put that aside and you have to focus on what's best for students. I don't know if anybody wants to add to that.
Yes, Mr. Rice, that comment in that section definitely resonated with me. I just finished reading a book called People Pleaser, which I very much identify with. And some of the comments in the book talked about maybe it was that, you wanted to avoid conflict. Well, avoiding conflict doesn't best serve our students. And so just being willing to stand up for what's right, regardless of, even if it's what a few people think. So that really resonated with me.
Mr. Rice, I was actually looking at a section in this book that takes part of your bullet too, and there's a second part that I want to call out too that says we have to be willing to dig into the fact that I was ignorant in many areas where students desperately need me to be informed. And that just is a reminder for me of how complex our school systems and district is. And often it's easy to get lulled into this idea that we know the answers because we know some. And my children went to Lake Murray Elementary, and we were just indoctrinated in the 7 habits. And the 1 habit that really calls out to me with this is to seek first to understand and then to be understood. And I think that's just critical for us as school board members to make sure we are truly researching and understanding all the facts and all the whys of how things are before we insert our beliefs, if that makes sense. It's just one before the other.
All right, last bullet point. I'm changing it up on you now. There was a question there. It said, what are new behaviors we can choose that will create new possibilities for our students? I'm changing it up. What does that mean to any of you in the circle? I'll repeat the question. What are new behaviors we can choose that will create new possibilities for our students? And you all don't have to speak at once. But if you don't, I'll speak. Go ahead. I see.
Sorry, I'll throw one out.
Right.
Y'all, I read a short book recently. It's called How to Hug a Porcupine. And it is so good because it reminds me that there are always people in our lives that are difficult to talk to get along with. And I want to be an expert at hugging porcupines. And I'm still working on it. I'm not there. But I want my kids to be good at that too. So I think that's something that is a behavior I want to embrace more and have our students embrace as well.
Oh. Don't hand the mic to the porcupine. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm not calling board members
Oh,
porcupines.
okay. Okay. All right.
Sometimes it can be your spouse or your child, okay? We can all be porcupines.
I guess when I saw it is, what are new behaviors we can choose that will create new possibilities for our students? And I mean, just for me, I thought, I'm a detail person, but sometimes when it's not something that's in my scope of expertise, I'm not as detailed. And what I thought is, you know what, one new behavior I could adopt is maybe if it's around education or academic scores, maybe even though that's not my scope of expertise, that's where I need to dig down and be better. And so that was like a new behavior I thought that I could adopt. Okay, that's fine. Let's move on to chapter 5. What's our time here, too? Okay, chapter 5, the title of that chapter, let's go to the next one. There we go. What is our why? You have an answer? Yes, you start right now. Start talking now.
We heard a speaker, is that very loud? We heard a speaker at the School Board Association conference, and he kind of made a joke about this question. He said, "You're asking the wrong question." And then he ended it with the answer, because kids. And I just think that I don't know how everybody else felt, but of all the speakers we heard, I thought he was probably one of, if not the best. And I kept coming back to some of the points of this book as he was talking, reminding us that what we do, it's hard, right? We hear lots of tough things. We have lots of different personalities, and sometimes we lose the focus. So our why is because kids.
That's correct. And our bullet point survey says, school systems exist for one reason and one reason only, to improve student outcomes. And as I read that, I thought, there's a lot of truth to that, because guess what? If we didn't have the 26,000, I can't remember the number exactly. I should have the number memorized. But if we didn't have those students, there'd be no reason for us to meet as a board, no reason for us to pass a budget or anything like that. So if students are the primary reason that we do everything that we do, then their student outcomes should be the most important thing in the forefront of our mind. That's the way I saw that. Go ahead.
And I'll take that a step further. A lot of things just based on the community are based on the outcomes of our students. People come to this district because the district has good students, has good schools. So it starts, you hate saying it always starts, but it's going to start with the students and the outcomes, because if we don't have the good schools, we don't have the good community, then it's not going to grow. It's not going to be somewhere where the outcomes aren't what we want to see.
I will also agree with you, Mr. Pizzuti, because I was talking to a very, very successful realtor in this Columbia and Midlands area, and they were saying, listen, Lexington won. They said, we're having people move from Pennsylvania, New York, California, Oregon, Illinois, and they said the first thing they do, they come here, they say, we've looked online and researched Lexington 1 schools, and their outcomes are the best, and they're doing this and we're doing that. Find us a house there. And that really kind of floored me. I've always thought we were one of the best, if not the best district, but when I heard that, I'm like, okay, well, there's economic things driving people from other states finding out about us. So next bullet point, a school system can't be effective if it's trying to pursue a myriad of incoherent visions while implementing a cacophony of conflicting values. Now, that's a mouthful right there. In layman's terms. Let me see, can I put that in? This is it. This is the way I saw that. And this is a simple thing. I hope this helps you all, and I'm willing to hear from you all also. I think about when I go to get my eyes checked and I get my eyes dilated, how clear is my vision after they're dilated? I can still see, but it's cloudy and I don't have the depth perception and so forth. And if a school system's to a point where they're trying to look at multiple visions and things are cloudy and all of these conflicting values, they won't see clearly to help students, and they can't be effective. And that was kind of what jumped out at me as I read that quote. Nobody?
I'll add to that. Back to the complex school systems that I referenced earlier. that means there's also a million different issues you could be chasing down. So you've got to stay laser focused on what are your big rocks that you're trying to tackle. And if you try to tackle everything that comes your way, I mean, you can't do it all, unfortunately. At least I haven't figured out anybody else who can. So I think that's part of what it's talking to, is we got to understand what are our big key things we're trying to do and stay focused on that. Do you want me to quote Stephen Covey again?
Sure. I
No,
love
I'm
it.
kidding.
Anybody else?
First things first.
Third bullet point I had on this chapter. School boards exist to create the conditions for improved student outcomes by representing the vision and values of the community. Anybody want to tackle that one?
I'll just say that's really, I agree with that, but it's really hard because we have such a diverse community. And that falls back to people pleasing, because I just innately want to make people happy, but we have such a diverse community. We just kind of need to, represent.
Get the rest of your
Represent the majority will of the district, I guess that's
okay.
where
I don't want Libby to come and put your microphone closer to you like she did me. No, I'm just kidding. When I saw that, school boards exist to create conditions for improved student outcomes by representing the vision and values of the community. I agree with you about how diverse our community is. Our schools are in rural areas, more kind of urban areas. I mean, not like an Atlanta type urban, but it's still urban. And to improve student outcomes, we have to kind of keep as board members, I feel like we have to keep our ear to the pulse of the vision that a parent down in Gilbert has for their student may not be exactly the vision that a parent at Lexington High School has. It doesn't mean that either one of the visions are wrong. But I think it's up to us to listen, like you said, Ms. Shealy, about seek first to understand, first be understood. Then be understood. I think we need to listen so we understand what is the vision that those parents and those students have, and then what are the values of our community, because I think that helps shape what you're doing with curriculum, what you're doing with how you conduct yourself. And so you have to keep in mind our community is so diverse, there is not you can't just put a square peg in a round hole.
And I think you all might differ with me, but I think that speaks to the importance of having really good administrators at each of our schools, because each of our schools does have its own culture, and we do have a really large footprint of a district. So what a vision and value might look like for like Murray Elementary School versus maybe Rocky Creek, they could be very similar, they could be very different. And so I think making sure that we pay attention to vision and values, not necessarily being at just the high level, but also making sure that we've got the right teams in place at each of our schools to help set those visions is an important aspect of what we all do here.
Very good. Okay. Anybody else? Don't let me move too fast. All right, Chapter 6, Representing Community. I won't rehash this for everyone, if all of you read it. My first bullet point was Ms. Johnson's stop sign request versus safety on her block. So I will say this, at least for a lot of people who haven't read the book. So there's a story about a Miss Johnson in a neighborhood, and she is saying, I want a stop sign, I want a stop sign, I want a stop sign. And everybody's like, oh, okay, she wants a stop sign. And you all correct me if I'm wrong, but she wants a stop sign, and then they find out they want to put in a different method to control the speed of traffic going through the neighborhood. I think it was a speed bump. So they put in a speed bump because what she was saying is, we gotta be safe. People are speeding through here, et cetera, et cetera. But when they put the speed bump in, she was angry. And everybody's like, well, wait a minute. And she said she wanted a stop sign. Well, ultimately, she was requesting a stop sign because that's what she wanted, but ultimately what she really wanted was safety on her block. And so when I saw that, I thought about, sometimes I hear people send me an email or or call me on the phone about a certain request. I want the district to do A, B, and C, but really that is not what they want. They want something bigger, but sometimes when we do that to give them something bigger, they're upset because the district did not do it the way that they thought they should do it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I couldn't help but laugh when I read her story because one of our high schools just put in speed bumps, and
People are not happy.
it is a very good thing because people were speeding. It was a safety thing, but I hate driving over those speed bumps.
Yes, correct.
I fuss every time I do. But no, at the end of the day, it was for safety because people were driving crazy around there. So,
And the only other thing that I'll say about that is I thought about how complex and how difficult our district leadership, and when I say district leadership, I'm not just talking about district office, I'm talking about even our principals, our teachers, how they're having to every day filter through what is the real core thing that needs to be done here versus the individual request that is shouting at me right now. And I may solve that underlying core thing, but because I didn't put the stop sign in, I will still take flack for it even though I was solving the core issue. And so I commend you all for doing that. I don't know how you do it with such grace and ability on a daily basis.
one more thing about Ms. Johnson's safety request. I starred this comment because it said, Ms. Johnson was an incredibly influential voice in the neighborhood, but she wasn't the whole community. In my obligation to represent the values of the community, it was essential that we reach out to all the other folks who were going to be impacted by the decision as well. And this involved a larger, more thoughtful process. And so that was just really, we need to be mindful that we are reaching out to all the people who will be impacted, or at least a larger subset than one person.
Correct. Because there is a philosophy out there that the squeaky wheel gets the oil or gets the grease, but that's not always the best. All right, a few more bullet points. It is a school board member's responsibility to listen to the issue and ask questions that expose the underlying value, which can then be pursued. Anybody want to tackle that?
I think it was Ms. Shealy who said, what was it? I'm learning the Mariner steps. But, I think you said it to seek first to understand. That sort of speaks to that same concept to me, that if you don't ask clarifying questions, it can be very difficult to understand why somebody's asking for what they're asking for. So as board members, I think that's often what we're doing, whether we're asking directly the superintendent or to a constituent who reaches out to us, we're asking a clarifying question to kind of understand the why behind the decision or the why behind the request.
I'll also add to that in terms of, you talked about hugging a porcupine. Nobody in our community is a porcupine, but we do have people in other school districts that could be porcupines. But if I had to deal with a porcupine in my own community, it challenges me to, instead of reacting, to try and understand. And I mean that. I mean, if a person says, hey, why do you wear a blue and gold tie? Well, yes, I'm a Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket, but they're a Georgia Bulldog fan. And so I have to say, well, can we agree that football's a great sport? Yes, we do. Okay, well, at least we can agree on that, and now we can move forward from there. So we have to listen, ask questions to kind of expose where they're coming from.
You're a good man, because I would never put on an orange tie.
I think I know where you stand, Mr. Pizzuti. At any rate, yes, go ahead. If not, you can have it. Here it is.
No?
Yes,
There we go. Sorry, just had to toss out there another Stephen Covey. Think win-win? Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Just
I like
keeping with the theme.
I like it. All right, 2 more bullet points. They're really, I think, very close to the same, but if you all have different ideas, please let me know. Stay focused on the values and not the issues. You want to tackle that?
I would just say if you stay focused on the values and the values are kept up, there shouldn't be many issues. But it's hard to stay on the values.
Yes, the core values of what we're trying to do, which to me a lot of time means students, can get confused on the issues as to, I heard at this school they did this, I heard at that school they did this, but really the values are, hey, are the students still getting educated at that school? Are the test scores improving at that school? Are the teachers happy to teach at that school? And so we just have to stay focused. It doesn't say that there's not issues. It just says that we have to stay focused on the values.
It goes on to say a little bit further in here, to protect community values, list which behaviors are unacceptable. I was telling somebody a story over the weekend that I had an old, no, he's not old, but I had a former boss that used to just tell me, if you're going to hire or fire somebody, I want to know about it. And if you're going to spend over X $100,000, you need my approval. Beyond that, I hired you to do the job. Go do the job. And I think as a board, it would be interesting. We talk a lot about like what our goals would be, but I think it would be an interesting approach to maybe think about what would our unacceptable or non-negotiables be versus a narrow focus of go this way.
That's good. And we got a couple minutes here, so I'm going to hit this last bullet point when we're done. Stay focused on the whole community and not just a few community members. I think we've already been kind of echoing that thread, but this is what I wanted to say, and this is kind of what I'll leave you all with. Challenge myself and challenge you because we are a board. How do you go about making sure that you are receiving feedback from the whole community and not just a few community members that tend to call you because you will talk to them? Sometimes you may have 5 or 6 people, like everybody in this room may talk to me, but what am I doing to challenge myself to make sure I go outside this room and get other input rather than just the people in this room?
Yes, great point. And I think one way to do that is being present. And so I grew up in the Lexington high attendance zone, and I live in the River Bluff high attendance zone, and that's where I go to church, and that's where my kids are involved in things. But having to be intentionally present in our White Knoll and Pillion and Gilbert communities in those schools, and that's a great way, just being available.
Wonderful. Anyone else? Well, you guys have done a great book study today. I really enjoyed it.
5:29. Amazing.
That's it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rice. Do I hear a motion to adjourn our board work session?
Madam Chair, I move to adjourn our book session.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, second, Mr. Rice with the microphone. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. All right. We'll just do this next session here because then we'll move over. So we will not be receiving legal advice this evening in the Barnwell case. Do I hear a motion to enter executive session? Well, you can take it, but you just have to read what you read.
Read everything.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to enter executive session to discuss employment recommendations and updates and review homeschool applications.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. We will now enter executive session.
2. We'll get started. Okay, I call to order the February 25th, 2025 board meeting. The district is in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act by notifying the media of the date, time, and place of the meeting. The district tapes the meeting for accuracy and preparing the minutes. Yes, I can. Do I hear a motion to conclude executive session?
Madam Chair, I move we conclude executive session.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. I have a second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Hello. I call to order the February 25th, 2025 board meeting. The district is in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act by notifying the media of the date, time, and place of the meeting. The district tapes the meeting for accuracy and preparing the minutes. Will you all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I move we approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Rice. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Ms. Gaskins, do you have a clarification on this?
I do. The archery trip that was on the list of travel requests for students had GHS listed, but we'll actually have students from GMS and GHS on that trip.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. So Ms. Shealy made the motion. Do I have a second? Second. Mr. Anderson, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Moving on to item 7.0, do I hear a motion to approve 2 certified staff recommendations for the 2024-2025 school year?
Madam Chair, I move we approve 2 certified staff recommendations for the 2024-2025 school year.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve 1 administrative recommendation for the 2024-2025 school year?
Madam Chair, I move we approve 1 administrative recommendation for the 2024-2025 school year.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve 22 certified staff recommendations for the 2025-2026 school year?
Madam Chair, I move we approve 22 certified staff recommendations for the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We do not have any other items stemming from executive session, and just once again, the board did not receive legal advice on the Barnwell case. Moving on to item 8, our favorite part of the night, our honors and achievements. Please, I had a copy up here earlier. Here we go. Please grab a copy of your Proof Positive newsletter that highlights our honorees. It was on the sign-in table as you came in the door. Once we finish, we will give our honorees a chance to leave before we resume the rest of the meeting. At this moment, Dr. Price and Dr. Postlewaite, would you please step forward? Our honorees, when you hear your name called, come and stand with Dr. Postlewaite and Dr. Price as we tell the audience all about you and your achievements. All right, tonight is a night dedicated to our amazing and talented staff. Our first staff awards come from the South Carolina Association of School Librarians. Would White Knoll Middle Librarian Jordan Henry and White Knoll Middle Principal Don Hardy please come forward? Jordan was recently honored by the SCASL with the New Professional Award. This award recognizes certified school librarians who have made an outstanding contribution to South Carolina libraries in South Carolina, specifically during the early years of their careers. Mr. Henry is an essential member of the White Knoll Middle family and a valuable resource to students and teachers. Don was also recently honored by the SCASL as the association's Administrator of the Year. This honors school administrators who have made a sustained, unique contribution toward furthering the role of the Library and Media Center. We are incredibly fortunate to have Jordan and Don, whose passion for libraries enriches the educational experience for everyone at White Knoll Middle. Congratulations. So just as our library fosters a love of learning, so do our world language teachers. 3 Lexington 1 World Language and Dual Language Immersion teachers were recently honored for their outstanding teaching at the South Carolina Fellowship of Language Teachers and Advocates Conference. First, would Wendy Gua, Meadow Glen Elementary Chinese Immersion teacher, please come forward? Wendy was honored at the SCFLTA Teacher of Promise, which recognizes teachers in their first, second, or third year of teaching who show promise of an outstanding teacher and leader in a world language education. As a first-year Mandarin teacher, Ms. Gua has already made a remarkable impact on her students and school community by fostering strong, positive relationships with her students and creating welcoming, engaging, and effective learning environments. Next, would German teacher Kelly Jones from Pleasant Hill Middle please come forward? Kelly was named SCFLTA World Language Teacher of the Year. This award recognizes best practices and excellence in the teaching and learning of world languages, as well as leadership in the profession. She now moves on to compete at the regional and national level competitions.
All right.
I'm not done with Miss Jones. I'm going to keep reading about her. A tireless advocate for world language programs at the district level, Miss Jones creates a classroom where cultural connections come to life meaningfully and where students don't just learn a language, they embark on a journey of global understanding. Thank you again, Miss Jones. Lastly, would Kathy
Hold on, we got to take another picture.
Oh.
We're going to clap again.
Lastly, would Dr. Kathy Babray from Pillion High School please come forward? Dr. Babray was honored by the South Carolina Fellowship of Language Teachers and Advocates with the Lifetime Achievement Award. This award recognizes a member who has shown a sustained commitment to the profession of language education by serving world language educators through a lifetime of professional and or academic endeavors. Dr. Babray taught for 11 years in Lexington 1. After a brief retirement, she graciously returned to serve as a long-term substitute at Gilbert High School and Pillion High School. Congratulations. Our next award honors outstanding teachers in our schools who have earned their national board certification for the first time. Educators, please come forward as I call your name. Tanya Clamp from Gilbert High School. Jean Cochran from Meadow Glen Elementary. And then stay at the front so we can take a group picture. Amy Donaldson from White Knoll High School. Adriana Dooley from River Bluff High School. Catherine Gibb from River Bluff High School, CeeLo Holt from Gilbert High School, Trevor Hudson from Lexington High School, Amy Long from Lakeside Middle School, Holly Matthews from Pillion Middle School, Jennifer May from Pillion Middle School, Gina Rawl from Beechwood Middle School, Stephanie Sims from Oak Grove Elementary School, and Elizabeth Stevenson from Lake Murray Elementary School. According to the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards, the certification process is created by teachers, uses national board standards, allows peers to review applications, and considers multiple factors of effective instruction. Congratulations.
All the people in the back.
Okay, we'd like to recognize the principals and assistant principals who are in attendance with us tonight. Would you please stand? Thank you for taking the time tonight to help us recognize our amazing staff and schools. We have some very talented individuals in our district, and we love sharing their achievements with you. Now, if you need to leave, we will give you a quick and quiet moment to do that. Along with our meeting to Agenda 9.0. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Postlewaite for her superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mrs. Henson. Good evening, everyone. I may have daydreamed for a moment. I just want to, for the record, clarify that we employed the administrative position for the 24-25 and 25-26 school year. I'm not sure we got
Need
all
to
of
amend
those.
that emotion then.
I'm not sure that we got all those.
Dr.
years
Postwaite, we
in
would
there.
just take it with the roll up for the APs. It would be fine to do 24, 25.
All right. We can take it. We can
Just for
bring it back.
24, 25 would be correct.
Okay.
Yes.
We can bring it back and address next year at another time. Oh, I know. When we bring these contracts for the coming year.
Yes, ma'am, in
we'll
March.
catch it then.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
My first slide just summarizes the topics I was going to talk about, and I know that our board members are so thorough in going through your packets, there's not a need for me to spend time on that slide, so I'm just going to advance to the next slide and tell you that at the last board meeting, we were talking about policy possibilities, and tonight we bring back for first reading the grading policy. And we are asking the board to start numerical or letter traditional grades and beginning in grade 3. There has been a lot of input from a lot of people. I would say the majority of early child educators don't believe in dropping below grade 3. Grade 3 is a fairly controversial topic within the education circles. But looking at the wording from your current policy and the proposed wording in your new policy, we say that our value is the report cards, progress reports should give the parent insight into the student's achievement, and that progress reports should be designed to report to students and parents a reflection of the student's academic performance. So we heard you very clearly last time when representing parents. You said you felt that we should move to grade 3, and it was our sense that the majority of the board said that. Tonight, the board will consider the policy on first reading. In Lexington 1, our board doesn't vote on policies on first reading. So in order for us to be able to give clear direction to the staff before the policy comes back for second reading, if there's some robust discussion tonight about that or other policies, let's pause and make sure that we understand what the board majority, what the will of the board is, so that when we come back to you at our next meeting, we will have been responsive to the values that you express in your consideration of this really important issue. The next thing I want to do is just provide a little context for the new board members. We realized last year that we need to evaluate our programs, and when we reviewed the recommendations from the curriculum audit, there was a period of time in Lexington 1 when we started a lot of new programs, and then COVID, a lot of things happened. Eventually COVID hit, and during that time we may have lost the thread of the purpose of our programs, the number of people they were supposed to serve, at what cost, and toward what outcomes. So as we begin program evaluations, one of the things that we need to build or recover from our COVID years is clarity around the purpose of each of these programs, so that as the board evaluates them, you can definitively decide whether you're getting, the taxpayers and students are getting, a return on investment. So the 5 programs that are highlighted are the 5 that the board in June 2024 selected for evaluation this year. So as those programs come forward by the end of this year, we will have clarified the intent of each of those programs, what we see as the outcomes, and then you may feel in a better position to make some recommendations. We think if our staff takes on 5 more programs to evaluate next year, that it's actually at the end of next year, that when you do the budget, that you will be in a better position to really talk about your program intents and outcomes and the performance of those programs versus what the resources that you budgeted to them, the talent, the money, and the time. But I just wanted to explain the 2 programs you're going to hear about tonight are the College Center and the IB diploma program. On the next slide, we had some conversation last time about collaborative planning and whether or not collaborative planning is accomplishing, again, what the board and district's intent may originally have been. So before we come back to that conversation, we wanted to invite all of our board members to attend some March 5th collaborative planning sessions. So in your folder tonight, you'll find a couple pages of options. At the top, we ask that you fill out your name if you're available to come to a session the afternoon of March 5th. But there's a form that looks like this. It's 2 pages, and if you're interested, we would ask before you leave tonight that you fill out your name and indicate your first and second choice of programs. We would like to make sure that as many programs as possible, or as many sessions, as possible, are represented among board member visitations that day. The next topic in the superintendent's report has to do with the homeschooled students report. There are 3 options in South Carolina. Option 1 is that parents with a high school diploma who want to homeschool may bring, if they choose, a permission to provide a homeschool to their local board. They could also apply to the South Carolina Association of Independent Homeschools or to any other homeschool association that has 50 or more members. So these numbers are a little greater than we reported in a board brief recently. Mary Gaskin's team reached out proactively to some of the homeschool associations we hadn't heard from, and that number is a little higher. So all told, there are 1,100 some students who would otherwise have been enrolled perhaps in a public school in Lexington County that are homeschooled. The next chart shows that broken down into option 1, option 2, and option 3. You'll notice I don't know if there's an uptick this year because the staff was actively seeking those results. And when the end of January rolled around and they realized they hadn't heard from some associations, as opposed to years past, they were pretty aggressive in reaching out, trying to make sure they had the right numbers. So we're not sure what's happening with all that. What we can tell you for certain is that a little over 100 students who were enrolled with us last year are homeschooling this year. So that's just some information that is useful to us as we try to figure out the difference between the demographers' projections and the number of students we're actually seeing in our schools. That would be one of the areas that may cause a discrepancy. The next slide is a celebration for a return to the upward tick in folks who are applying for teacher positions in Lexington 1, and we are particularly thrilled that we had an over 50% increase in the walk-ins that day. So thank you to the board members who were able to come. It's a lot of fun to greet the new candidates as they come in and strike up conversations with them as they visit the exhibits from our various schools and then interview that day. So thank you to Human Resources for all the work that you did to prepare for that event and the many others that you are scheduling. I just wanted to make sure we all took a moment to celebrate, to talk about some good news. Mr. Rice, to pick up on your theme, tell me something good. South Carolina has actually surpassed the national average on what's called it's called the National Report Card. It's an assessment called the National Assessment of Educational Progress. People refer to it as NAEP. And it's a test that's given to a selected number of students in every state in the union every 2 years. So you see we were 1 point above the national average, and the percentage of South Carolina students who performed at or above the basic level was 76% this past year, and that is a significant increase since the first year that's shown there, which was the first COVID year. Finally, I wanted to talk about a couple of things that relate to next year. First, if our board is comfortable, and there's a lot of work to be done between now and April 1st, but if the board is comfortable voting on a minimum teacher salary schedule that Lexington 1 would provide by the 1st of April, it would put us in a position to let our teachers know what their minimum salary would be for next year before they have to make decisions about their contracts. They have to receive their contracts if they're going to be issued a contract for next year. Teachers have to receive those contracts by the end of April, and by law, they have to sign them and get them back by May 10th. So you may not be comfortable, it may not be feasible, but if you're comfortable, it would give our teachers a degree of assurance knowing what at least our minimum would be, because we know that the board has set as a priority taking care of teachers. I wanted to mention the board budget priorities and then just talk a little bit about the transition. I have 4 board meetings left with this board. Not that I'm counting, but I do have 4 left. And as we start to talk about the planning for next year and we get into the discussion of personnel and budget for next year, those discussions really should be led by Dr. Price. So you will see, starting the 1st of April, where we trade off on some things because we fully want Dr. Price's voice at the table representing the educators, parents, and students in Lexington 1 with whom he converses as he advises the board about moving forward. So I did all that without tearing up, which I think is pretty remarkable. I'm going to keep right on going before I can't say that. So as we're just thinking about putting the budget together and doing the work for the board, these are some assumptions we made as a working group on the staff. First, that not these specific salary study recommendations, but the recommendation that we try to give the highest priority to teacher salaries and those other areas that are out of kilter. As we bring the first budget draft to the board, that is in line with what last year's board told us to do, and with a very brief discussion that we had with the board when the salary study presented their recommendations. The second assumption, which you will understand a little more after Mrs. Price goes through her slides tonight, is that you desire that Lexington 1 maintain class sizes that are significantly below the state level. So you'll see tonight what we currently do in terms of class sizes, and you heard from a chief financial officer in another district how they were able to increase teacher pay by increasing the numbers of teachers in the classroom, which meant that they had fewer teachers to pay, and they could pay the existing teachers more. Our assumption is that we want to keep pupil-teacher ratios lower than the examples that were shared with us. So that's just an assumption we've made. We assume you want a balanced budget with absolutely no millage if we can swing it, and if the state aid to Lexington 1 does not come through in the amounts we project, a minimal but millage increase simply to make up for the shortfall that we might realize from the state. But our assumption is you want a balanced budget with no millage increase. We assume because we've been high and low the last couple of years, we've overestimated expenditures and underestimated revenues. Not our fault. It's just that things have happened in an unpredictable way. That you want to understand why we're accumulating fund balance and make decisions about how to use the accumulated fund balance and how to make those corrections inside the budget so that we are closer on our projections. We know, for example, that we budget a fill rate at 100%, and yet we don't have 100% of our positions filled every day, and that's where there is an accumulation of several $1 million every year. It's intentional on our part because that gives us a cushion, but we wouldn't want to carry that forward without acknowledging what we're doing or giving the board a chance to say, let's budget at a 97% fill rate, for example. And then finally, that you want to see as soon as possible our priority must-dos, the Lexington 1 standards, which would be things like foreign language immersion, the lower class sizes, those things that you have set as a higher standard for Lexington 1. And then finally, those would like to do categories, the things that would be very nice to do. And Dr. Price is leading that work now and will be leading those discussions with the board. I simply wanted to lay those out tonight and say sometime in the next few weeks, the board is going to want to have a conversation about whether those are accurate and what refinements or additions you would want to make to the assumptions with which we started. And then finally, speaking of staffing for next year, Dr. Price is going to talk a little bit about the current organizational chart that we presented this past July and some modifications that he is contemplating for next year.
Thank you, Dr. Postlethwaite, and good evening, Madam Chair and ladies and gentlemen of the board. A couple of years ago, a deputy superintendent position was approved and added to the general operating budget. Then last year, that vacant position was repurposed to superintendent-elect, which personally I'm very grateful for and thankful to be here tonight. As we plan forward, the superintendent-elect position will return to its original form of deputy superintendent. The organizational chart that you see here is the current structure for the 24-25 school year and will remain similar moving forward. It will be finalized after the new deputy superintendent is named. In addition, we consolidated 2 chief positions into one. With the new structure moving forward, we plan to dissolve the one vacant chief position that is still there. We had a chief of student services, a chief of operations, and we moved those 2 positions into one chief's position, which left another one still vacant. Our plan is to return the dollar amount that's associated with salary and benefits to the operating budget to be repurposed for priorities that we will identify as we move forward in the budgeting process.
Dr. Price, operations and student services combined. Now, we're not in the process right now of building anything or any big projects, but what would then be the plan if we do get to that point as far as management of that goes? Because that seems like a significant role.
So there's a couple of different options that we could explore. One could be using existing staff and repurposing duties and responsibilities. Or it's also allowable that in the future, if a funding mechanism is approved, that a person designed specifically to oversee those projects could be funded out of those financial allocations. And it would be for the life of the project, not to be sustained beyond. So they would be hired for a very specific period to accomplish that task, and then that position would then go away. That's one option. Or those are a couple of options to consider.
Thanks. That concludes our reports, and we'd be happy to entertain any questions that board members may have. Thank you.
I have one. Would it be helpful for the board to take a vote, say, on something that's first reading, so that you can have a clear understanding of what we need to do moving forward?
That's a moving forward question, but I think based on conversations Dr. Price and I have had that he is well prepared to answer that question.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Postlewaite. So that is currently our policy as it is written says that we discuss at first reading, but only vote at second.
Right.
And so if that's something that we would like to consider, then when we get varying ideas, opinions, and input on things that are being suggested to be changed, it could be brought forward in the form of a motion, then seconded, discussed, and then ultimately voted on. That would give us some very clear direction as a staff to go back and work on the very well-defined intent of the board as a whole.
I agree.
From there, we then come back for a second and final reading with a second vote to finalize the attempt to make the revisions according to board wishes and desires.
Wonderful. Is that something that we need to change in policy then?
It would be.
Okay.
That would be something we'd need to come back, and if that is the will of the board, then that is one of the policies we can put on our systematic review that we're working towards, and we can bring that for further discussion in the future.
Great. Thank you.
I guess, Dr. Price, so we're saying this would potentially be a motion that we need to make to say, hey, on this particular issue, we are going to operate outside of our policy and try and vote on something on a first reading. And we would try and see whether that motion passes or not before we move forward.
Mr. Rice, I don't think we're going to vote on the policy, but more so on the direction that the district's going to take. So, for example, when we discussed grades last time, the districts, well, that was introduction, but they came to us saying, hey, grades 4 and 5, grades in grades 4 and 5. But it was kind of more the will of the board to add third grade. And so what they're saying is have a motion out there that would direct them to modify the policy for us to vote on second reading. Correct?
Yes, ma'am. It gives us an opportunity to discuss it first when it's presented for all board members to weigh in and give feedback. We take all of that, collect it, and then bring it back to you for first reading. Give the board a chance to see it in black and white based off of all the feedback that was received during the discussion and presentation. And you vote for first reading approval. We bring it back. Finally, that gives the opportunity for any other tweaks or changes from the time of first reading approval to final approval.
That way we don't get in an awkward situation during second reading where we've got 2 or 3 board members who are saying, let's change this and let's change this. It gives us voices in the first 2.
And I would just say that it would also give us the opportunity to track the original presentation, the changes that were made at first reading, and then the final version that was adopted.
Right. And not that a board member couldn't say something in second reading. I didn't mean that.
I mean, that makes sense to me because you're trying to give them direction, but my concern is we don't do that on every other issue that the district needs our direction. We would have to change our policy. And so if there were no changes,
Like if we agreed with everything during first reading, we wouldn't have to make a motion to vote on it. Is that, or would we
And
vote to
oftentimes,
just?
the things that require two readings with 2 votes are policy changes.
Okay.
Or new policy additions.
And through Robert's Rules of Order, we could also suspend the rules to make a vote if we needed to for something like that, if everyone felt more comfortable, since it's not in our policy. Are we good on this? Because I got a comment. Since we're talking about budget. So going back to our assumptions, number 3, and I'm speaking for me and me only, I can say I want to see a balanced budget with no increase in millage. An increased millage budget that comes to my desk will be a no for me from the start. So that is my assumption and my opinion. I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I heard Dr. Postlewaite say that we would need to probably meet again as a board to discuss this. Do we already have that date on the calendar, or is that something that we need to do?
We can set aside time in one of the meeting dates that you've already established.
Thank you.
I don't think you can, I don't know, you don't have enough nights to meet again.
No, ma'am.
Dr. Price, I did have one other question about the deputy superintendent. You spoke to how we collapsed 2 chief positions to 1, and now we could form this deputy superintendent. Would the intent be for that deputy superintendent to somewhat fulfill the COO role, or would they have more of a balanced across the district type role?
No, sir. If you refer to the current organizational structure, part of my task is not only working alongside you as the board and Dr. Postlewaite as superintendent, but it's also to work directly with our 3 executive directors who oversee elementary, middle, and high schools, and then ultimately principals. This person will be taking on that same responsibility and investing a lot of time in leadership development and growth in our schools, to be working directly with our 3 executive directors, principals, and program directors.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Postlewaite, is that the end of your time? Okay. We will move on to citizens' participation. Lexington County School District 1 Board of Trustees solicits the advice and counsel of its citizens. To encourage this participation, the board provides a citizens' participation period during board meetings. If you are unable to attend this evening or uncomfortable addressing the board in person, you may reach out to the board by email, telephone, or mail. Our contact information is available on the Lexington District 1 website. As you came in tonight, you received a card to fill out if you indicated you wanted to speak. I will call on each speaker by name and ask you to approach the lectern. We want to remind you that this meeting is being live streamed and that the recording of this meeting will be part of the public record in perpetuity. You may comment on agenda items, school operations, policies, programs. However, you may not speak about or name specific individuals, whether students or school or district staff. Failure to follow this rule will result in immediate loss of the opportunity to speak. The board will not reply to your remarks nor take any action during the board meeting in response to your comments or questions. You may address the board for up to 3 minutes. If you have any handouts for the board, please give them to Ms. Halliday in the back of the room, and she will distribute them. Please do not clap or make any comments, either while an individual speaks or after she or he finishes. Our first speaker tonight is Dale Surratt. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. You may go to that microphone in the back, sir. He's here to talk about transparency in the website.
Thank you very much. I do want to make a comment. I appreciate having security coming in the building. That was very nice to have. It makes me feel good when I go in a place like this that people are being checked out, so that's very good. And the grounds are very nice, so whoever is responsible for keeping the grounds and the buildings up, I appreciate that. It's nice to see. On January the 23rd, I was on the district website checking the winter weather status, and I found a link to financial information under a link labeled transparency. I looked over a few purchase card statements, and I found a charge of $1,059.10 at a local Italian restaurant in December of 2024. I searched for the information explaining the charge but was unable to find any information. On January 23rd, I emailed a senior district employee with purchasing and a senior district employee with finance with a screenshot of the charge on the statement. I asked if the district employees are required to provide documentation for the items listed on the statement, and if so, where were they posted? On January 31st, I received an email from the two district employees that the expenditure amounts are listed on the district website for financial transparency purposes, but documents must be requested via FOIA request and provided a link to the district legal department. I replied to the email requesting the name of the document that would provide the details of the expenditure. On February the 3rd, I received an email from the two district employees to proceed with requesting for the information via FOIA, and I replied on February the 3rd that I would not be filing a FOIA, that I would go another route, and tonight's that other route. On February the 6th, I received an email from the two district employees that they had reread my February 3rd email, and I should request the supporting documentation for the specific P-card transaction. On February the 6th, I replied that the information should be readily available, and I would not be filing a FOIA. The financial transparency purposes mentioned in the January 31st district email are the state EIO proviso 1.21 and 1A.13, which require posting of the P-card, credit card statements, transaction amounts, and detailed description of expenditures. Requiring FOIA to obtain supporting documentation violates the state budget proviso and is anything but transparent. All 6 percentages of the state sales tax were enacted for the purposes of K-12 public education. The first 3 pennies were 1951 for the Burns school bonds. Fourth was the EFA in 77.
Mr. Surratt, thank you so much for coming to speak tonight. If you have other things you'd like to say, you're welcome to email them to us or give us a call.
Next month right here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
During citizens' participation, I just wanted to take a moment and recognize David Ellerod from Scout Troop 307, who is here for his communications badge. So thank you for being here tonight. Okay, we are going to move on to new business now. And our first item is Mission in Action, Gilbert High School U.S. History Team. So, Ms. Gaskins, would you like to introduce this presentation?
I would love to. So, as you know, we've been celebrating this year the strategic plan, the first goal around accelerating student learning and showing some of our schools who are exhibiting those strategies that we're implementing and in an effort to improve student success in those gateway high school courses that have an end-of-course exam. We are implementing a district common assessment system this year, and the Gilbert High School U.S. History Team has done a wonderful job using those common assessments to address student learning.
Good evening. I'm here simply to provide a little bit of context around one of the instruments that Gilbert and the other high schools are using to help guide some data-driven conversation in their schools. In an effort to address our strategic plan goal number 1, academic excellence and acceleration of learning, we had several requests from principals over the past couple of years to find a way to track student progress. As you can understand, in high school, with the schedule the way it is and with the variety of coursework, it is a little bit difficult because you don't get any information from the end-of-course test that's usable to improve instruction with the current group. It's by definition at the end of the course. And the data you get back from it is not super useful. So what we did in response is we adopted a couple of different testing platforms that we have used to develop some common assessments in the end-of-course courses. So that's Algebra 1, English 2, U.S. History, and Biology. And these assessments are built by the coordinators and aligned to the standards and given multiple times during the course of the semester in order for principals, teachers, and students to be able to track their progress within those classes. So we also made the platforms available to all teachers and one of the platforms available to all teachers in all content areas to encourage the use of the platform for them to track assessments no matter what content area or level they taught. And so that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Dixon and let him talk about how they're using these data at Gilbert High School.
Okay, I'm not Mr. Dixon. My name is Frances Metz. I am the new instructional coach at Gilbert High School, and I teach AP US History this year. As the year started, I was the department chair. We got our team together. Here they all are. I have Dr. Nick Mariner, Charlie Serafine, and Jordan Robertson with me. We all got together. Charlie and Nick are new to us. So we had to meet each other, figure everything out first. So we got together, looked at long-range plans. What does U.S. history entail? What are those essential standards? When are the benchmarks supposed to be given? And kind of laid everything out that way. We talked about our strengths and weaknesses as teachers and then decided how we would best break everything down to help plan the whole semester out. I also introduced, as department chair, them to the PDSA cycle that we use in our classrooms to help drive instruction. And that came to them as a non-negotiable that we're all going to do it. Our plan is all going to be the same. Our essential standards are going to be the same, and we're going to use it to track data and help our students grow. With that, collaboration and data analysis became I just lost my words. It became an absolute. You had to do it. It was not a non-negotiable thing. So we then used the common assessments that the teachers created and the common assessments that the district created in order to track our students' growth. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Mariner, who is our new department chair, to explain how they use that in the classroom.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here. We were actually delighted that when we were asked to come and talk about what we do in our classrooms, because this is a passion for us as teachers, and having connected with this trio this year has been great. My first bullet point here, and talking about kind of what we do at Gilbert that I think is making things go so successfully for us, is a culture of collaboration. We mentioned the summer gathering that we had this summer where we all got to meet each other, but it was sort of like wasn't I at your wedding? And then suddenly we were working. We got right to it. We worked for a couple hours, and then we spent the rest of the summer emailing and back and forth. But really the heart of what we do in our department is our classrooms are right next to each other, and we are constantly in collaboration mode. It is a team effort. It is a school in which U.S. history being an EOC class, it is not my students and Mr. Serafine's students and Mr. Robertson's students. It is the U.S. history students at Gilbert High School. What can we do to make sure that they are progressing through this semester? And so some of the benchmarks that we use, we align every single unit tightly to vocabulary. It's one of our it's one of the most sensitive features of teaching a discipline like social studies is how much vocabulary there is to try to learn. So we are constantly trying to get their vocabulary built in order to understand how to answer history-based questions, document-based questions, things like that. We have what goes with every vocab unit is a unit summative that is tightly aligned to the standards and built off of a district bank of questions that is closely meant to mimic the EOC. And of course, district prescribed benchmark tests that happen. Our first one of the semester, right, is this Friday. So what we do is we take all of those metrics and we just analyze the data of the results all the time. We are constantly comparing and talking about how things go. It's not just formal moments where we get to sit down, like when we have a collaborative day, to go over it. In between second and third period, we're saying, hey, my kids just bombed the vocab test. How did yours do? They did really well. Well, what did I say that was wrong? What did you say that was right? You know, and just it's a work in progress at every moment of every step of this process. I'm going to skip down to the last bullet point. And the general idea here is that that collaboration and that review is always then driving what we do next. And I think that is what is making our system here at Gilbert one that we are all bought into well and we find successful, is that we always choose what to do next based on what we just did and how it went, bad or good, right? There is a bullet point there. We do always take into account other points of data, like, for instance, attendance, right? Did this particular standard, did we drop the ball on how we explained this, or was this one where there was a huge gap in attendance that week? And so there's a gap in knowledge that comes from just not being in the room, as opposed to maybe something we put in front of them. I just thought to kind of highlight what I'm saying here is some examples. Right? Throughout the year, we were building our process as we went. And say, for instance, after a couple benchmarks, we realized a couple things. There's things like multiple choice questions where it says, here's a document or something like this, choose two that are the best correct answer. Or here is a question that's in two parts, part one and part two. And what we discovered in our analysis was that that's a place where our students are doing the most poorly. So that needs to be a thing that we include more in the next time we take a test. Let's include more of those choose two questions. Let's practice how to do those in class every day after we look at a little bit of content, right? Let's drive the idea of what needs to happen next based on the results of what just happened. And then, of course, we also started to develop primary source document sets. I put a couple on the screen here. Right about the time where we realized this was going to be the next thing that really needed to drive what we were doing, we were sort of in Great Depression era. So we built a mass document set of Great Depression era primary source documents that we used to then study and build and progress. And I think the overall takeaway before I hand it over to Mr. Dixon is to say this is a process that's cyclical. It is constantly reflexive. We are looking at this process ongoing all the time. And most importantly, it's a process that we never consider to have a finishing date, right? We are always trying to improve the next thing. Case in point being, we took the EOC results of the fall and immediately went to work. How can we make our first two units in the spring better? We didn't just put fall behind us. What can fall do to inform spring? It's an ongoing process for us that we don't think ever actually has a finishing point. It's just something that we're going to do for as long as we're a team here at Gilbert High School. So thank you all for your time tonight. I'll pass to Mr. Dixon. Actually, Mr. Dixon.
Good evening. As every good leader should do is build the system, build the platform, get good people together, and then get out of the way. And that's what we tried to do. So this slide is really an information slide for you all. The background is we have two new members to Lexington 1 and Gilbert High, and we do have a returning member to the social studies team, but this is the first time that Jordan has jumped in to teach U.S. history. So this is all brand new to these guys coming together. With that, we had a department head transition in October. We've had new parenthood and everything else that have taken place this year. And along the way, because the system is in place, because the data is being looked at constantly, these three rock stars are able to just jump in and take over each other's classes. And so that continuous improvement mindset is something that we do completely at Gilbert. It is a work in progress. I think Dr. Marin said it best. It is a target that we'll never hit, but we're going to constantly work towards. So I did want to include the focus, and as long as I'm principal at Gilbert, this will be our focus. The PDSA is kind of that commonality of purpose that it gives every classroom so that we can have that consistent communication around instruction and that consistent dialogue around academic excellence. We've introduced PLC model this year, so we rearranged the entire school building to where we're more in grade level teams, to where we are tracking every single kid. We're looking at all of the data. What are the interventions? How can we help? How can we celebrate? And it leads into conversations of innovation and creativity. The lead time is something that we have. It's 30 minutes in the middle of the day. That's continually evolving. Still really haven't found the secret sauce to that yet, but we've got a lot of good things taking place. And then Club Day is something that we introduced this year as a way to get students connected. If you look at high school dropouts, some of the top two data points will be attendance and connectedness. And so right now we have about 40-some clubs and right at 600 kids that are involved in clubs. And even something as the walking club. Right out of the bat, they had 86, 88 students sign up for that, and the teachers were able to connect with students that they might not normally have. So we believe in Gilbert America, and we believe in our neighborhood. We believe in our community. And so as a school, we are trying to build those systems in place to showcase the heartbeat of the community. The evidence you see in front of you, intentionally I did not include any kind of test data or EOC scores. We are progressing forward, but I guess that's the old baseball player in me that I don't want to jinx anything with us getting close to the end of the school year. So, but there is evidence that we see every single day. The innovation, the creativity, the collaboration. Anytime you come to Gilbert and walk down the 200 hallway, you will see these three outside collaborating and discussing. And you'll see those informal data points throughout the school. So that is us. In a nutshell, we greatly appreciate the opportunity to come before you today and to honor the hard work that this team has done. And I think at this time we might open up for questions. Maybe not, or maybe we can just sit down.
Board, do you have any questions or comments?
Mr. Dixon, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
It sounds like you all have put a lot more of a collaborative approach in to try and engage the students. Have you seen the students start to collaborate more with each other in terms of their learning as a part of what you all are doing? I do from my desk, yes. But I might have one of the teachers, if you all want to step up and kind of share what it's like in the classroom.
That's a great question. Thank you for asking it. And I would answer absolutely yes. And in particular, we have our kind of window of time. We call it lead time, but it's the 30 minutes of kind of intentional study that we have in the day. And that's the moment where it's very obvious that it's not just my students come to me, et cetera. Everybody is in all of our classes at all times, working with each other, working with us. Maybe one of us says we're a little bit better at sort of explaining federalism or some complicated concept. So everybody who doesn't understand federalism is going to go sit in Mr. Seraphine's room. Or if you want to hear about how great Connecticut is, you go sit in Mr. Seraphine's room for the rest of the day. Right? So that's kind of the moment where we see a lot of buy-in on the students moving just in our pod of teachers, as opposed to kind of feeling like they're in these isolated little pockets from one another. There's a real culture in our wing of this is where you've learned U.S. history, and we see them kind of doing that with one another. So thank you for that question.
Mr. Rice, to expand on lead time, so kind of the breakdown that it is, Monday is academic advising time. So the students that you are assigned to on Mondays, we're checking attendance, we're checking grades, missing work, how's mom and dad, what's going on, what's the temperature check, what's the comms check. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, then they're coming and they're checking in, but based off of the data, so to say, the conversations on Monday, then I know that, all right, I'm sending little Johnny down here to Doc's classroom. I know that I'm sending Susie Q down to the other side of the classroom, right? So it's very intentional as where they're going for the help that is needed. And then Friday is our profile day, to where we dig into the skills, to what it means. And so that's kind of the breakdown of lead time throughout the week.
I have a quick comment, and then I think Mr. Pizzuti does too.
That was my signal that we're out of time.
Well, this is.
I did see you with your stopwatch over here.
So I'm gonna take I'm gonna pull a Mr. Anderson and take a point of privilege. This is for, again, thank y'all for what you do, but this is for Gilbert High School and Mr. Dixon. And I see Coach Leapart sitting in here. You know what the growth of Gilbert means, the growth of sports. So I wanted to congratulate Gilbert High School, y'all, and the lacrosse team for the first ever lacrosse meet in school history is taking place right now. So that is something new in history in Gilbert, where we have a new sport at Gilbert. I never thought we would see lacrosse in Gilbert, but it is there, and they are competing tonight. So thank y'all.
Just one quick thing. I know standardized testing sometimes gets a bad rap, and sometimes people question, why do we test our students? So I just appreciate the fact that you responded that you take these fall results and immediately in the beginning of the semester you're looking at units 1 and 2 and how can we take where our students were here and implement that. And so that just really is a great thing. So thank you for doing that. Oh, I was pushing the mic away, but I'm next. Okay, thank you again, Gilbert High. I'm going to turn it over to Shane Phillips now for our program evaluation reports on the International Baccalaureate Program and the College Center. All right, Dr. Phillips.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Drs. Postlewaite and Price, thank you for the opportunity to present the evaluation reports for the College Center and IB Diploma Program this evening. As a reminder, and I won't spend a lot of time on this slide since Dr. Postlewaite put it far more eloquently than I could. Last year we did write and create an evaluation plan, and according to that plan, you guys will select programs each year for us to evaluate. Those will be evaluated by my office in most cases. And then moving forward, as new programs are introduced into the district, those program proposals will come with established metrics for help in future evaluations. So we're going to start tonight with our evaluation of the College Center. So the College Center, a little background here, the College Center was established at Gilbert High School in 2020. The target population for this program is students who perform historically in the academic middle but have college aspirations. And to that end, the College Center partners with the University of South Carolina at Sumter, and they offer a full associate's degree in interdisciplinary studies through Midlands Tech. The staff at TCC includes an administrator, 10 teachers, a school counselor, a dual enrollment advisor, and a graduation coach. TCC uses the AVID framework to structure its instruction, and TCC graduated its first class just last spring. So in conversation and in preparing for this evaluation, I spoke with the director, Dr. Brandon Baskett, about what the goals for this program were. And he laid these out here. So the goals of TCC include maintaining high college coursework success rates with low withdrawals from those courses, increasing enrollment in the program, achieving high college and career readiness rates and high graduation rates, and improving student self-efficacy, improving parent engagement, and improving consistency of the AVID implementation. Those last three goals will be measured in a follow-up study because I'm working with TCC to develop surveys around that, and he is implementing some professional learning around working with parents. So now let's take a look at the progress toward the goals. So here are their pass rates over the past 2 years, C or higher in college coursework. So as you can see here, with the exception of U.S. history, their end of course pass rates have substantially increased over the past year. End of course in U.S. history has slipped a little bit, but remains relatively close to what it was last year. So the other goal was to reduce the student course withdrawal rate. So you can see that in 21-22 and in 22-23, that dual enrollment withdrawal rate was right there around 6 or 7%. And then it jumps up in 23-24. Keep in mind that the population of this program is not super large, and what he had in 23-24 was a group of students who withdrew from the program to go back and just stay at their home school. So by default, they didn't just drop the coursework because they weren't doing well. They decided to withdraw from the program altogether, but that counts toward the withdrawal rate in those college courses. The next goal is to increase enrollment each year by 100 students up to a total of 400 students. So you see the darker blue there are the data points for where his enrollment has been since 21-22. And so you can see here in 24-25, we're sitting right at 150 students. If you were to put a trend line on that, which is that light blue line, you would see that it would take till approximately 2032 to reach that 400 kids. However, there's been a concerted recruitment effort by the College Center, and based on the interests and the applications, it's more likely going to be looking like the red line, and in which we will see the maximum enrollment of 400 by 2028. The next goal was to achieve and maintain high college and career readiness. And as you can see, they have achieved that for sure. The college career ready rate, so considering whether a student is college and or career ready, was 100% for their first graduating class. College and career ready were 85% of those students, and the other 14.6% were college ready only, based on the definitions by the department for accountability. The next goal was to achieve and maintain college and career. Oh, I'm reading that, and I'm looking at the wrong one. So let's go to this one. So let's talk about return on investment. Return on investment is difficult to measure in education because the returns are often things that you can't see and you can't measure. Unless you're looking at test scores, but there are other benefits. But for the purposes of this evaluation, we're going to take a look at some financial benefits for these students in terms of college credit achievement. So the non-personnel budget for the College Center is about $105,000, which is a per pupil cost over 4 years of $2,800. The average cost of 1 year of college, including expenses, is $27,146. So if we assume that the graduates of the class of 24 either took the 2-year associate's degree or will complete an additional 2 years at a 4-year college, moving those credits over, so we're assuming 2 years of college credits paid for, that potential cost of savings for those 27 students is about $1.5 million in college savings. So that's a pretty good return on investment there. So we drew some conclusions from this evaluation. The College Center has achieved or at least approached its established goals. In addition to an examination of the goals, we also conducted a match study of academic performance to similar students who do not participate in the College Center to see if the education they're getting at College Center is matching that of students in other schools. And the results of that showed that it is as good as our typical high schools. So they didn't do better, they didn't do worse. They did exactly the same, not substantially different from their matched counterparts at those schools. We also compared TCC to other similar programs around the state. Now, I was able to identify, based on school report cards, about 10 high schools that are named as early colleges, middle colleges, those kinds of things around the state. There are almost certainly far more than that that are in private schools or in programs that don't receive a report card, very similar to TCC. These were just schools that I was able to identify on a report card. I was also able to work with Dr. Baskett and locate some similar programs both here in the Midlands and include the one that that modeled after, which is the College Center in Horry County. And when compared to those programs on academic metrics, TCC performs as well as or better than all of them. The return on investment for students has the potential to be enormous if these kids continue on into higher ed, but challenges still remain with TCC in the areas of enrollment, transportation, and scheduling. They have issues existing that because of the transportation from homeschools causes conflicts with lunch. It causes some hesitation to participate in extracurricular activities back at the homeschool. So our recommendation, or one of the recommendations, is to explore alternative scheduling options to accommodate different lunch schedules, transportation issues, and extracurricular activities. We also encourage them to continue marketing efforts to increase enrollment and to gather data on students who leave the program in order to address the issues that those students found while participating there so that they can correct those. And then finally, in order to get all of our programs on track to have yearly measurable benchmarks, we want them to establish those metrics so that they can continue to track those over time, and we can look at those next time we go to do a program evaluation of this program. And just in the interest of time, I'm going to ask that we do all questions at the end, if that works.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're the boss. Okay.
Board, or you can remember any questions you have and save them to the end. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Did it work? Okay. All right. So we'll continue now to our evaluation of the International Baccalaureate Diploma Program at Lexington High School. So a little context around this program. The IB Diploma Program is a 2-year educational program aimed at 16 to 19-year-olds. It is a very rigorous pre-university course of study that leads to an internationally recognized IB diploma. Lexington High was granted candidacy in November 2005, but really got started in earnest in 2006, the end of the year 2006. And they administered their first exams at the end of 2007. It is housed at Lexington High School, but it is open to all 11th and 12th grade students in the district. This program serves as an attractive option for international students, particularly for families affiliated with international companies that move into the area. So for this evaluation, we compared the characteristics from the research of high-quality IB diploma programs to what was happening at Lexington High School. So the research says that the characteristics of a high-quality IB program include a comprehensive and balanced curriculum, emphasis on skill development like critical thinking, problem solving, research, communication, those things, and a strong learning environment. It's very important to note that the profile of a successful IB completer very closely aligns with Lexington One's profile of a graduate. So the program at Lexington High School has solidly achieved each of these characteristics in the implementation of its program. The curriculum, which is largely dictated by the IB organization, is extremely broad and deep with a high degree of academic rigor. The coursework required for successful completion includes an interdisciplinary approach with a course called Theory of Knowledge, requiring the integrated study of social sciences, human sciences, mathematics, art, history, and natural sciences. Students practice inquiry in this curriculum in a variety of exercises, including extended essays and internal assessments, the Theory of Knowledge essays, and an exhibition project. Students also show evidence of skill development through these activities, which require a high degree of critical thinking, research and communication skills, and a global mindset. Finally, a strong learning environment has been established at Lexington High School. There are currently 12 highly qualified teachers who teach at least one IB course, with the remainder of their schedule being filled with either pre-IB coursework or other courses. These teachers are required to complete both initial training as well as updated training when curriculum changes. Students are also required to participate in activities outside of the academic facet of the program in order to ensure that they are well-rounded and active. These activities include arts or athletics, as well as community service. So if we take a look at student performance of our IB diploma program, when we compare it to the performance of IB students around the world, the program at Lexington High performs in line with those students. This past year, 80% of students in the program successfully earned the IB diploma with an average point total and an average grade that were only slightly lower than those of students around the world. Now we'll talk about enrollment. Enrollment has been a concern the IB diploma program has been grappling with over the past few years. In the wake of COVID in 2020-2021, there were 31 IB diploma students. That number grew by 15 students to 46 in 2021-2022. In the years following, as the district began offering more dual enrollment opportunities, participation lagged. Unlike the IB diploma program, these dual enrollment courses do not require transportation for students to other high schools if they want the opportunity to earn those college credits. Currently, there are 34 students in the 11th and 12th grade enrolled in the diploma program with 7 12th grade diploma candidates. This is a slight increase over last year. It's also important to note that while this evaluation is only on the diploma program, there are currently 103 freshmen and sophomores participating in pre-IB coursework, so this is encouraging for the future enrollment in the diploma program. The program administration is currently involved in some very targeted recruitment of students, including conducting visits to schools to promote the program, holding shadowing days for potential students, hosting tours of the program for local industry parents, and solidifying the pre-IB pipeline by maintaining contact with those students and parents in order to encourage diploma program participation. So the cost of the IB diploma program. So the current non-personnel budget for IB at Lexington High is $69,088. So this is made up of a couple different things. The core fees, just north of $12,000, those are fixed. So those are the same no matter how many kids you have enrolled. The other academic costs right now are about $26,000. These are dependent on enrollment. So depending on how many kids you have enrolled in a course, obviously you multiply those course fees. Depending on how many kids take the assessments, that increases that cost or decreases it depending on the enrollment. The remaining costs are things for professional learning, some materials and resources for the program. Again, return on investment in an educational program like IB is difficult sometimes to measure. But again, let's go with money in terms of college credits. So graduates from the class of 2024 earn course credit in multiple classes because for a single class in IB, you can earn multiple college credits. So I could take a particular class in IB and earn the equivalent of 2 classes in college, for example. So the graduates from the class of 2024 earned course credit in multiple classes equating to over $69,000 in tuition costs. So some conclusions about the IB diploma program. The IB diploma program admirably adheres to the best practices and the characteristics of what the research says high-quality IB diploma programs should have. The enrollment has declined, but the kids that are in the program, they perform as well as their similar students worldwide. The enrollment change is likely due in large part to things that we did internally in the district with dual enrollment, offering those options. Dual enrollment is obviously an option for earning college credits. It's important to note that IB credits are far more universally accepted by college than our dual enrollment, which would only be accepted internally, most likely in the state. It's even more accepted than AP. So I think those are important things to consider when looking at the benefits of the IB education. So some recommendations. First, with the enrollment the way it is, there needs to be a concentrated effort to recruit students to the diploma program. Some possible suggestions with this. First, target specific students as a pipeline. One potential option might be students in world language immersion classes. Because of the international sort of flavor of IB and the requirements of world language, pretty stringent requirements of world language in the IB diploma program, that is a good choice of students to recruit. Also, we might consider partnerships with higher education students as an extension of the program. For example, the Darla Moore School at USC for International Business might be an excellent way to transition IB kids and recruit them into that program. Second, I think it's important that we consider alternative course delivery options. There are several, I counted 18 IB diploma program schools in the state. There are 2 others locally, Irmo High School and AC Flora High School. I think it might be an interesting concept to consider some synchronous online courses with those schools or other schools around the state to maximize the use of staff. Also, it might be interesting to seek sponsorship from some of the international companies moving into the area who may be willing to absorb some of the costs associated with the IB program, since a lot of those students are coming to our schools to participate in that program because they can carry that diploma with them if they were to go back to their home country. Also, I think it's important that we conduct exit surveys, again, just like the College Center, for those kids who opt to get an IB certificate. That is, take a lot of IB courses but not complete the IB diploma. And again, like all other evaluations you'll see, we're going to make sure that they establish yearly benchmark measures to assist in future program evaluations. Okay, that was a lot. Now I can answer some questions.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Phillips. All right, board, do you have questions or comments? Let's start with the College Center. Any questions or comments on the College Center?
I just have a comment on the College Center.
Oh.
It sounded like they're performing at the level compared to their peers across the state and compared to our other high schools. So I think that's a program that is working. Sometimes we create programs and we pull them out of our high schools and they don't perform, but it sounds like that's a sustainable model. So I think that's good for that center.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Shealy. Somewhat of a question, kind of a comment. You tell me. So it seems like we have programs that almost kind of compete against one another between the College Center, IB, dual enrollment, AP, and they could all potentially be targeting same subsets of students. So I'd just be curious as they go on and y'all kind of refine, like, who are you really marketing these programs to? I mean, I like how you called out for the College Center, it's those middle students. And the IB program, you're kind of calling out maybe international students. There may be opportunity to widen or narrow that, but I like where you're going with that. a lot of neat programs we have in Lexington 1. So it's good to hear about it. And also, just having some high schoolers myself coming in, there's so much information they're faced with, and just being able to kind of lay out options for these students as they're coming in, and the pros and benefits of different programs. I don't know how well we do that or what the opportunities are to do that better, but this is exciting stuff. Thank you for sharing.
Yes, ma'am.
As far as the College Center is concerned, I don't remember who from Mr. Dixon's team said this, but one of the 5 made a comment about student connectedness is affected to attendance and whatnot. And so when you're talking about some of the recommendations as far as lunch schedules, do we not feed the students? Do they have to go back to their home?
No. We feed them, but we feed. It's.
I didn't mean do we not feed them. I know we feed our students.
Yeah.
I meant, does the College Center not feed them? Do they go back to their home schools for that?
The bus slows down. We throw a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in the window. No. Yes, the College Center feeds them on site.
Okay.
It's just they're the way the classes get scheduled because of the transportation delay to and from the high school. It kind of packs things up.
The transportation delay in the mornings because they're at the College Center all day.
Yes, correct. And then so the way the schedules kind of get backed up, it kind of compacts that schedule for lunches.
So now these students, because I remember attending the College Center graduation last year, they graduate from the College Center and their home school?
I believe that's correct. Is that correct? I honestly don't know the answer to that, but I believe so.
They have a stole ceremony at the College Center.
Okay.
They walk with their home school and also graduate with Midlands Technical College. So
I did know. They graduate from college before they graduate from high school.
They do, yes.
I did know that. Okay. I'm just curious if there was, not that they need to have their own mascot and their own colors, but I just wonder if there was more just a feeling of their own school. Does that make sense?
I think so. The impression that I got in my visit there was that, yes, they have a very tight-knit community. I guess technically they're Mavericks, Midlands Tech Mavericks.
That's true,
but
I guess.
I can't say that for certain.
Yeah. Okay. All right, anyone else on the College Center? All right, moving on to IB program. Questions, comments on IB?
Yeah, a couple things. And to me, it seems that you're talking about the IB program and dual enrollment are competing head-to-head with each other.
And AP.
Well, and AP, yeah, because I know they have to. My daughter's has a couple of dual enrollment classes and has to decide between AP and dual enrollment. So I guess my question is as we get into the budget season and we're looking at enrollment falling down, is there a way that, I hate to say get rid of a program, but be more efficient where we go with the program and that is more efficient for students, getting more use out of the students, and instead of just going to just one subset. I mean, I know we want everyone to excel, but at some point you got to realize where that equalness is between dual enrollment and all the other ones together, where we don't have 5 programs competing and we're paying for all 5 programs if we're not getting the same rate of return. So that's just a thought for me.
I'm going to pass that over to Mary.
So my recommendation with that would be that as you prioritize programs to evaluate next year, that we look at the other advanced centers of study so that we have a clear picture of all of these opportunities that are competing against each other, to see, really to look across them to decide which ones need to continue and how we continuously improve each of them at the same time. So for IB, my recommendation would be that we immediately work with Lexington High School to create that evaluation plan and set some clear metrics for next year, continue with those recruiting efforts, and in the meantime evaluate those other programs so that we can look across them all. And Ms. Shealy, we are working already on a way to really help families understand the different options that we have in Lexington 1 and how to select the one that is best based on their post-secondary goals.
Dr. Phillips, one quick question about IB. The numbers you shared, were they just for the diploma students or also the certificate?
Diploma program. I did, what I shared was the 103, I think, students are in pre-IB work. They may choose to become certificate programs but the ones I've showed you were the diploma program students only. And if I'm missing something, I got Ms. McNair here and Mr. Blackburn, that they can speak up here and let me know that I screwed up.
So the reach is really further than just about 30, 40 students a
Yes.
year.
But the evaluation was only on the diploma program. So IB does include more students, right? And they're getting that coursework that they can move forward with. I think the issue is getting more to commit to the actual diploma program in terms of this evaluation.
Maybe worth just a kind of a side note to somehow add the folks that are at least going through the classes, the benefits that they're gaining through just attending some of those classes.
Sure.
Are there currently any students that are enrolled in the program that are not zoned for Lexington High School?
The answer to that is yes, correct. We have some. Are they moving into the district? They're moving in next year, so they're not in here next year, but they're moving in.
So not like a Gilbert or Pillion or White Knoll or
Oh, no. Do we have any, how many do we have from the other? Okay. And again, this is sort of the after effect of that transportation piece where I can take certain rigorous coursework opportunities at my home school and not have to be transferred.
Well, honestly, what prompted the question for me is my twins are sophomores, they'll be juniors, and I genuinely had no idea that that was an option for them. So I think communicating that option is important.
Great.
I think I'll piggyback off of that with one, not comparing the programs, the College Center and IB, but I noticed one of the recommendations for the College Center was to continue marketing efforts to increase enrollment, but that was not a corresponding recommendation for IB. So I guess the thought was, should that be a recommendation to try and market IB
So
more?
I was kind of including that in the concentrated efforts to recruit students. So they're doing an awful lot to market it now by doing school visits and getting kids to shadow other kids and having meetings with parents. So I think they're doing a lot of that marketing. Could they do more? I mean, I'm sure they could, and I know they have a lot planned. But you know, it's a difficult course of study, and so you know you have to do a lot of convincing there. But there are a lot of benefits to it as well.
Ms. Gaskins, are you concerned with the number of kids from last year, the ending, result? Is that concerning to you?
I would like to see the number of students graduating with the IB diploma increase quickly.
What's your goal? Like, what's a good number for you?
Well, I'd like to look at the Lexington team to help with that goal, but I think if for years y'all were seeing around 20 or more a year, and to get back there quickly would be a good goal.
Dr. Phillips, thank you. Ms. Gaskins, thank you. Do you have one more
I
comment?
was just going to say the total number y'all asked about, 139 students are taking an IB course currently at Lexington High School, either in pre-IB or the certificate or diploma program.
I think that's a good number to kind of keep even going forward as we evaluate, to kind of get a holistic feel for the program.
Perfect.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Gaskins, I'm going to turn it over to you for our first reading of instruction grading policies.
Thank you. Well, last month you heard some recommendations based on a year of study and meeting with our advisory groups and other groups to look at revisions to our grading practices. And using your discussion and feedback at the last meeting, we have recommended some revisions to policy IKA, grading and assessment systems, as well as the accompanying administrative rule, and also IKAB, that is related to how we report progress to students and parents. And so Dr. Postlethwaite sort of introduced this at the beginning of the night, but I will open it up to your feedback and discussion.
Board, do you have any feedback or discussion?
I have a comment. Okay. So if any of y'all were here for the book reading, I'm a Stephen Covey fan, And one of his habits that this recommendation reminds me of is the think win-win habit. And, there was a bunch of people who came together and did a lot of work to research and understand, as the district, what a good proposal would be regarding the grading policy. But then at the last meeting, I feel like you heard the board say, well, we want just a little bit more. And I think the board was asking for more than this, but at the end of the day, I think you brought forth a proposal that was a win-win. And I think that's important to acknowledge, that as a board, we want to listen to the recommendations we receive from all sides, and never assume that we have the right answer as individuals. So I just appreciate the effort you made to move, maybe not all the way, but to find that win-win. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Anyone else?
Yeah, I kind of put some more thoughts together and pass that out to the board and to all. And there was just a couple things that I felt like I wanted to address with it. I do appreciate coming to third grade, and I think that's a really wise decision. However, I do still strongly feel that we need to have a gradual approach with second grade, with third grade being so much pressure to have the Read for Succeed and state testing, and parents not going into third grade and students not going to third grade knowing exactly where they stand in reading and math. I think that would be important to grade them in second grade for those two subjects. That's how it was before, and I'd like to see us get back to that. Also, in the policy, I wondered I guess my question is, why didn't we have the standards-based grading scale in the policy? So I added that in. And then, of course, we had talked about last month possibly adding in another piece to that standards-based for exceeding expectations. So I know I've chatted a little bit with Dr. Price about that, and I know that y'all are still kind of working on that piece, but I just wanted to get an update from you on that and your thoughts about the math and ELA.
Okay, can I start with the last one?
Yes.
So with standards-based grading, as we design the assessments, they are designed with the grade level standard in mind. And so to give an exceeds or beyond standard would really be assessing a standard at a different grade level. So we kind of lose the standards-based grading if we do that. But what we have done is add this feedback to the list of things that we want to discuss with the teacher group that we're bringing together. So based on what we decide about policy, we want to bring a teacher group together to help us with implementation plans. So what does this look like as we move in this direction? And with them, think about those ways that we do recognize and communicate with parents when a student is excelling beyond the grade level standard. And I know currently parents get that with the iReady results too, so that's one way that we do that. But what are those other ways, not only that we're reporting to parents, but that we're making sure that we're pushing and enriching those students on the top end too, which I think is something I heard from the board last time is something that's really important. In terms of second grade, so K1 and 2 are really considered those primary grades where students are learning foundational literacy and math skills. So you may have heard before that kids are learning to read in K through 2, and then they're reading to learn beginning in third grade. Lots of intensive interventions happen in K1 and 2, and we really want to be careful about students defining who they are and what their academic mindset becomes that early, especially if they're not doing well and identifying as a failure as early as second grade. And so really want to stay focused on those standards that they are meeting and those that they aren't, so we can continue to intervene as early as second grade. As we met with folks across the year, we did hear a lot more feedback urging for 4th and 5th than we did for 3rd and below too. So we're trying to really act on that feedback we'd heard across the advisory groups as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gaskins. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Ms. Flashnick first.
Okay, I am so sorry, Ms. Gaskins, if I did not hear you explain why this. I understood the exceeding expectations not being in there, but is there a particular reason why the standards-based grading wouldn't be identified in policy, like the 90 to 100, 80 to 89, and so forth?
There was not, and we should add it.
Okay, thank you very much. And my second question, one of the things that I would push for future leadership teams and future boards is some type of language in the policies that states that grading will be reviewed on a yearly basis. It is in yours. It's not in the one that we have in front of us from administration. My only reason and thought there is we have so many policies that it can be difficult to keep up with which ones we're following and maybe which ones times have changed and we need to address, that it would just bring it back to the forefront for our future boards to make sure it's something that they've looked at. Maybe there's no change needed at all, but I'd love to see that somehow incorporated as Ms. McCown laid out in the policy.
That's interesting feedback. I wonder if it could even be something, and I know you were talking every year, but that's reevaluated with our 5-year strategic plan. You know, like this is going to be our district's 5-year goal or 5-year action on grading.
I'm not married per se to the timeline, but just some kind of a reevaluation period, so it's not sitting out here never being looked at until it comes back up for discussion.
Is that our idea behind of how we're kind of structuring our review of policy, and that the intent is that we would reevaluate these policies pretty regularly on a set schedule, and that in that we could review kind of grading or whatever it is? Is that kind of getting at what you're referencing?
I'm going to let Dr. Price answer.
Ms. Shealy, to respond to that, I don't think it's exactly the same thing, because in the systematic review of policies that we've been working to design, it's based on the annual updates that are pushed out by either the State Department or the South Carolina School Boards Association. We'll periodically go back and identify policies that haven't been updated based on how long ago, the longest term, like a 1985 policy where it was last updated in 85 would be reviewed before a 2023 policy. But if this is something that the board desires to be reviewed regularly, then we would just need to define that to capture the intent of the board and include that in the policy.
Yeah, I kind of agree with this Flashnick on this. And I also agree with Ms. Shealy. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen, not all of second grade, but I would have liked to seen, ELA and math, because, their kids are getting grades, and then we're saying, well, they're not going to really, you don't want to start them out on that, but yet, 3 months later in the end, they're going to start getting grades. So it's kind of a transition, but I get it. But this is something I think we do need to kind of review, and I don't know what the timeline is on regularly. I don't know if it needs to be like the calendar that we review every year, but I think there's something that we need to listen to, especially our teachers and our parents, so that we can get some feedback from them. And like I said, I don't know if this is a yearly thing, but I definitely agree that this needs to not be a policy that we wait 13 years to look at again.
I'll keep my comments brief. I know the board talked a lot at our last meeting. I appreciate you all going back and talking with the committees and adding third grade. I really think that'll make a difference, not just because it's a numerical grade, but I think a numerical grade which parents can understand, and also us communicating to parents how they support that learning and recognize improvement, whether it is a B or an A or a C. A C student that gets a B is a really good thing to recognize. But an A student that gets a D because they didn't try, that doesn't mean that our system is failing. It means there's some additional supports that need to be put in. So I really appreciate you all starting that at third grade.
Mm-hmm. I just want to, I guess, piggyback off of some of that, but I have one of the things that I have been contacted about the most, other than the Hunger Games issue, has been our grading policy. And the feedback has come from teachers. And the ones that have contacted me don't feel like they have had an adequate voice in upgrading this policy. I know that this is to be implemented the 25-26 school year. And teachers being present, we've only got a couple of months. You're talking about 3,000 teachers. So, you could really get down in the minutia with that if you wanted feedback from all 3,000 of them through some kind of survey or whatever. But could we address that perhaps with our principals, that they could take it back to the teachers? And if anybody wants to, add their comments, add their 2 cents worth, that we can make that available. Is that doable?
We can. And I hear you talking about the number of teachers. We did have representation from every school, whether it be a teacher, a parent, a counselor, an administrator on that original group that worked on our elementary grading practices, and then a lot of feedback from Teacher Advisory Council too on 2 different occasions. And so while we didn't hear from all 3,000, our principals have been really active in helping us understand. We talked to the book study earlier tonight about the importance of their leadership and what they see really being their vision for how this looks in their school as well. And so they've been actively involved in the conversation as well. But if it's the will of the board, just let me know if we need to get additional.
Well, like I said, we don't want to get bogged down. We need to move forward with it. Because, first of all, we've got to approve this update to the policy, and but that's the feedback that I've gotten. So I felt like it needed to be shared with you.
I appreciate that. And it will take a couple of months plus for us to make the changes that we're discussing so that teachers are prepared for next year. So we do need to make a decision soon.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Gaskins. Dr. Postlewaite, do you have something?
Well, I just, in conclusion, I guess I just would like to ask that we get this as an action item. Well, I guess it will be second reading for next month.
Okay. Yes.
So just
yes,
on that vein, some of the teachers who've contacted me and with whom we have talked when we're out at listening sessions are previous elementary teachers who have some strong feelings about grading, and they may not have had the push for input that we have tried valiantly to provide at the elementary level. Other than the survey to 3,000 people, I don't know what more we could have done, but we hear you about communicating this one last time before the board votes. I have heard, I think, from the board to add the actual grading, the uniform grading policy scale in there, the 60 to 70, 70 to 80, 80 to 90.
The scale's in there to add the standards base.
The standards base. Got it. And that we should define a review cycle. And I'd like to really ask our Teacher Advisory Council about that. What's one thing they tell us is we're constantly changing. And so what's the right, is it 3 years, is it 2 years, is it 5 or 1? So we will have an opportunity to get feedback from them. And then Dr. Price, I think I saw you starting to say something. I didn't want to cut you off.
Thank you, Dr. Postlewaite. I was just going to say, as we were talking earlier about voting on first readings, so just to recap what I've heard, in addition to the things that Dr. Postlewaite has recapped, I've heard one support for moving to third grade and above, and those below third grade will stay with performance-based standards. And then I've heard an interest in adding ELA and math grades at second grade and performance-based at the others. So I know we're not voting tonight, but in trying to make sure that we are receiving the guidance from the board, it may be in our best interest to bring forth 2 different versions with regards to that specific piece and give the board a chance to vote on that at the next meeting whenever it's second reading. We want to make sure that we're interpreting the will of the board with the different opinions that have been expressed so far tonight.
I think that's a good resolution. And I did not mention that Ms. Gaskins, every one of the teachers that I heard from was an elementary teacher.
So you're saying you would bring an option A and B, and the board would vote for option A or B?
Yes, ma'am. Because there's no voting tonight. It's open discussion about first reading.
I think that's a great idea.
Just a thought. So I served on the ad hoc committee for policies, and we would spend hours and hours and hours and hours on policies. And we would bring it to the board, and the board would have thoughts and opinions, and we would change things, and that was great because it was their prerogative. It was our prerogative as a board to have those things. I just, I wonder and worry. We have these people who have committed a lot of time, who are the educational experts, to bringing this to us. And I just wonder if we've already changed what they've said. And if we change it even more, then are we just basically saying we don't care what you say?
Madam Chair, I don't think that's the issue at all. I don't think we're saying we don't care what they say. We've taken into their consideration what they've put, and for the majority of it, we agreed with it. It was some areas that we didn't do, and I think it's our job as elected officials, as a school board, to be that voice for everyone that comes here, and where we want to set the tone of the school and everywhere we go. And yes, we appreciate what they do, and 9 times in, then we're probably going to agree with them. But sometimes we got to take a look at what we're hearing from the teachers, from the parents, and everyone else, and make a decision based on that, not just from one group that's presenting it to us.
Madam Chair, can I ask a clarifying question of Dr. Price with the 2 recommendations that you're suggesting you will bring for second reading? The only difference would be whether it starts in 3rd, meaning general, let me use the right terminology, numerical grading starts in 3rd, or whether numerical grading would start in 2nd grade with ELA and math. Those would be the only differentiators between the 2 policies. Is that what I understand?
I'm trying to follow the discussion amongst the board, and that's what I've heard so far. Please correct me if there's another option that we need to consider. The other thing that may vary is how often this policy is brought back for review.
I think on the review piece, I can speak that if there's a review piece in it, as Dr. Postlewaite said, whatever that timeline is, as long as it's not 10 years, I think, not to speak for everybody, but I think we could agree that any review piece is better than no review piece.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
There was a comment made that perhaps in alignment with the strategic plan renewal, that it's reviewed every 5 years, just like a strategic plan is adopted every 5 years, that we align that with that same practice.
We're not voting, but I would agree.
We will incorporate the appropriate verbiage.
Good job. So, Madam Chair, to your point, if the only then 2 differences are those 2, whether we're having grades, not standards, whether you guys are
numerical grades in 2nd.
You guys are killing me with the names. Numerical grades in 2nd at all. Mm-hmm. Do you feel that gets us down a path that it's gotten boards in the past? Because what I hear you saying is you're concerned we belabor a point.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So do you feel that those 2 differentiators would get us down that path?
Yes, and at the end of the day, the people who work with the children every single day, the people who have the degrees and the certifications and have the expertise in this area, have come to us and said, here is what we think is best practice for our students here in Lexington 1. And we said, halt, nope, you need to do it in 3rd grade. So they brought that back to us. Now we're saying, halt, no, need to do it in 2nd grade. And so it's just, I'm just thinking how I would feel.
So Madam Chair, what would be the point of a board then?
Right, you're assuming that everyone that has talked to them are the only opinions. And I've heard from 20 plus teachers that do not agree at all with just doing 4th and 5th grade, that they think we should start in 2nd grade. So what about their voices? Maybe we should do a poll on just the elementary school teachers and a survey, if that's what you think is best. But I just don't believe that the committees, I disagree that the committees are in whole are giving us, in this particular instance, a true picture of what everyone wants.
So let me comment. What I hear, and I'm comparing this to our other policies that we have. When we have a policy, typically we have a first reading, and then what we do as a board usually is we go back and we send our emails and we have our phone calls and everything to give our input. And based on our input, the district usually comes back with a second reading that incorporates our input. I'm not against public discourse at all. I'm not, but it seems like we as a board are floundering right now over, well, maybe I want to put this, maybe I want to put this, and we're at first reading. I don't understand why we're digressing from our process of
Well, no, we already had an introduction last time, and now this is
Right.
first reading, so this is our...
Right. What I'm saying is typically we talk first reading and we make tweaks, and then it comes back with second reading with our tweaks in it.
Right, they don't know what our tweaks are.
I think what might be different here is that we've got some kind of different views. And our leadership, our senior leadership and our superintendents don't have a clear feel if more of us are leaning one way or another. And so maybe, I mean, would it help if more of us expressed kind of our leaning on the 2nd versus 3rd grade? But then again, we could get wrapped around the axle and talk about this for hours. So there's
correct.
There's a
Well,
balance there.
can we poll the board?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Answers that question.
Well, per Robert's rules, you could suspend. You could make a motion to suspend the policy rules, then make a motion to take a vote. You could. Whether you all want to is a different
It
story.
would take 2/3 of the vote to pass to suspend the rules.
Yeah.
I mean, what I'm saying to you is I think everybody expresses their opinion, but I don't think we're going to get to an agreement amongst this board to give them direction tonight, and we can talk here till midnight and we won't be there.
Agreed.
Well, I think
That's
I
the
think
sense
that
I'm getting right
I
now.
think that all of this has been very healthy, and I think that it is giving the administration the feedback that they need, and Dr. Price has offered coming back with the 2 options, and I think that's on the mark.
May I make just one other consideration? If we just do math and ELA, I understand that that's a gradual release for students, but that's asking teachers to live in 2 different grading systems. And next year will be in year 2 of letters. It'll be 2nd year of new language arts standards and the 1st year of new math standards and instructional materials. And so I want us to think about this in totality too, in terms of what we're asking of teachers. So 3rd through 5 to move back to a numerical. And then if we were to ask 2nd grade teachers to live in 2 different
And
worlds,
that is
I
a
think
great
that's
point.
a lot.
Yeah.
I would agree, except that whenever I heard from teachers about standards-based grading, it is a lot more rigorous on them. So it would, in my opinion, from what I understand, again, I'm not a teacher, but from what I understand from elementary school teachers, it would be taking a load off of them by giving them the option of having 2 subjects to grade with numerical grades instead of standards-based.
The 2nd grade even have social studies and science grade. They do for the standards base. They do. Okay.
I would say we have 2 options on the table, and I appreciate Dr. Price bringing that to our things. But I would say to the teachers out there, the parents out there, let us know. We have email addresses, we have phones. Let us know. The districts can poll you, but just know that at least by email, my phone's open. If you want to ask me a question or give me your opinion, no questions asked. So that's me.
Dr. Price, do you feel like you kind of have a good grasp on moving forward?
I'll have a grasp. I don't know if it's a good grasp, but I have a grasp. Yes,
There
ma'am.
you go.
We- I think we know what our expectations are to bring back to you. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
good, Ms. Gaskins. Okay, we are going to move on to 11.4, and at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Cooper for our first reading on student services health policies. And we have, I think, at least 6 of them and some administrative rules. So here we go.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And you are correct. Tonight we are bringing forward for you 6 healthcare and nursing policies. Within these policies, you will see edits. You will see a new model policy, and you will also see an administrative rule that is being recommended for deletion. These recommendations are based on updates to state law, updates to nursing practices, and a new model policy being issued. These recommendations have been reviewed by legal counsel and are being recommended for first reading. I'll go through these one by one with a brief explanation of the recommendations. The first policy is JLCC and the corresponding administrative rule, communicable and infectious diseases. Within this policy, you will see edits where we have included some language from the model policy. There's also a section that we are recommending be struck, as well as removal of the administrative rule. These sections contain guidelines for if we have a student with HIV. This is unnecessary language as it simply points out what we do for one group of students when it is what we would do for any student. Confidentiality requirements are defined by law, and the right to attend school and receive services are the same for all students. So we are recommending JLCC and the CAR for first reading, and the administrative rule we are recommending for deletion.
Mr. Cooper, just one question about JLCC, specifically concerning head lice.
Yes, sir.
It talks about, people being admitted to school, readmitted to school. Do we have a separate policy, or do we need to consider something about them being on the bus, either going home or coming from school? Or I guess what I'm wondering is, how do you clear a student to either ride home or come back home on the bus versus they can't come to school?
It would be the same in either location.
Okay.
The bus would be considered school. The reason that is included is there is a specific state law that governs the requirements for returning to school after having head lice. It's 4429-135, so that is why we recommend it remain in the policy.
Is that all you have?
Yeah, that's it.
I had a question about where it says the student shows evidence of treatment as determined by the school, and then again where it says at no time will a student be allowed to return to school without proof of treatment. What is that? Evidence of treatment, proof of treatment. How does one provide proof of treatment? That's kind of silly, unless it's part of the law. I don't know.
No, ma'am. For that question, as it is a nursing procedure, I'm going to ask our Director of Nursing Services to give you that information.
I can do that from here, right? Well, microphone for the live stream. We'll need the microphone.
So that is not listed in the policy because it changes from time to time. Things have changed a lot over the last 15 to 20 years. And so right now, we always do have a protocol for our nurses to follow. And right now, that evidence of treatment is for the nurse to do a screening and for there to be no live lice found.
Well, it actually says at no time will a student be allowed to return to school without proof of treatment and a screening. So wouldn't that just be a screening?
It is, and we don't say what type of treatment it can be because there are lots of different treatments that they can use. They can actually just use.
But what's the evidence? Do they bring the box in that they used, or
no, ma'am? The evidence is that there's not any live lice.
Okay,
Because it says as determined by the school. So y'all are saying the school is determining that.
Yes, when the screening is done, the nurse is saying yes, there's been treatment because now there is no live lice.
I guess the wording is kind of confused because it says that the student will not be allowed to return without proof of a treatment, but the proof of treatment is getting checked in school.
So I think the law actually says that they can't return like to class. I mean, they have to return to school. We don't do home visits. So they have to return to school for us to do the screening. But they are instructed to come to the health room so that the nurse can screen them first thing in the morning.
Maybe that's something we need to change to, instead of school, we say return to class. So
Yes, that's a great suggestion. Yes.
Well, and maybe we take out proof of treatment and just have it say without a screening by the nurse or principal's designee.
I think also the state law says
that's
proof
what I
of
was
treatment.
asking.
Yeah. So some of the things are because it's specifically referenced in the state law.
Yeah, state law says they may return to school upon presentation of evidence of treatment and upon a physical screening conducted by the school nurse or other person designated by the principal, indicating an absence of pediculosis. Is that the correct word? Okay, sorry.
So like a receipt that you bought the
That's what I'm wondering.
RID or whatever it's called.
But that's the thing. Some people, like, you don't have to purchase anything. You can just comb them out. It takes a long time to do it.
Oh,
but you can just comb over and over and over. So they don't have to purchase anything.
So then you would not be following the law? Because
So
you don't have
the evidence of treatment, proof of treatment would be the evidence that they don't have any live head lice.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can I ask one more clarifying question?
Yes.
So if I take my child who may have lice to said location that can do the treatment for me, and I go back after the prescribed period of time or treatment, maybe it's at home, maybe I'm going there, and I go back and that person screens my child and says, your child is good to go. Does my child still have to come to the nurse's office at that school to confirm what a person that I may or may not have paid for has also said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, per state law, the answer is yes.
I just am trying to understand a very complicated 6 policy long night document.
Right. Okay, so I think what I'm hearing is we'll start with Mr. Pizzuti. At no time will a student be allowed to return to class without proof. School okay, so we'll leave the school in there, and then we'll leave the evidence of the treatment. Should we take out the thing that says as determined by the school? Because that's not what the law says. The law says, well, what he read said the student shows evidence of treatment and the student passes a physical screening. Is that what you read?
Yes, it says and.
So yes, so take out the thing that says as determined by the school, or can they determine? I don't understand.
I think you definitely want that in there because there are times when students have received treatment, but the treatment wasn't effective. So you need both. They need to have been treated and they need to be checked. I've taught for a long time and dealt with lice, and we should move on.
Yeah, horrible. Horrible. Okay.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Cooper.
Next, we're bringing forward policy JLCD and the corresponding administrative rule, assisting students with medications. Here you will see edits with new language. The language updates our policy to reflect current practices and is guided by updates to the South Carolina Nurse Practice Act and the South Carolina Board of Nursing Advisory Opinions. Also, we recommend that the section on individual health care plans, IHPs, be struck from both the policy and the rule, as this information will be covered in policy JLCDA.
Okay. Questions, comments? Moving forward.
All right. And as previously mentioned, our next policy is JLCDA and the corresponding administrative rule, individual health care plans, abbreviation IHPs. This policy and rule contain edits, definitions for EAPs, emergency action plans, IHPs, individual healthcare plans, and SAPs, seizure action plans, have been included. These edits are reflective of updates to State Law 596380, which requires school districts to have a policy regarding individual healthcare plans.
Board, questions, comments on that one?
All right. Continuing to move forward, the next policy is JLCDB, currently titled as the use of epinephrine auto-injectors, retitled as use of life-saving medications. This policy does contain minor edits. Currently, the policy is specific to the use of EpiPens. State Law 596395 governs this. This law has been updated, and what was once the Safe Access to Vital Epinephrine Act is now Administration of Life-Saving Medications in Schools. Our edits reflect this change of the policy title and the policy body. Naloxone, albuterol, and epinephrine are now covered by this law, and we recommend our policy contain the same.
So, are all of our employees trained on how to use these life-saving medications?
All employees are not trained, but the appropriate ones are.
The ones who teach or work with those students
Yes, ma'am.
are. Every year, new student comes to their class, they're trained on how to use that.
That's correct.
I know we had a situation at the beginning of the year with bus drivers, but I didn't see them on here under where it says state law provides school boards, districts, schools, school nurses, I guess, and other designated school staff immunity. So are our bus drivers being trained now?
Our nurses do train our bus drivers that do have those specific students.
Okay. Great. Questions, comments? All right.
Okay, next policy JLCE, First Aid and Emergency Care. This policy contains minor edits to reflect changes that were made to State Law 487810. We recommend removing language from this policy in recognition of that change.
Seems to be some minor edits, board.
Okay.
Right.
And lastly, policy JLCG, Seizure Safe Schools. This is a new model policy that was issued in response to updates to State Law 5910-215, the Seizure Safe Schools Act. We recommend this policy be adopted as written.
Board? Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Cooper. All right, hang on, I gotta get back to my spot. Okay. We are now at item 11.5, which is consideration of an independent audit for the 2018 bond referendum, and I'm going to turn that over to Ms. McCown.
Well, overview, in light of public concerns surrounding the handling of the 2018 bond referendum and the ongoing discussion regarding the need for new schools, I respectfully propose that the board initiate a targeted audit of the previous bond referendum before considering asking the public for another bond. This audit will ensure transparency, rebuild public trust, and provide valuable insights into how the funds were spent, which will be vital as we move forward with any new bond-related proposals. Reasoning for the audit, number one, public trust and accountability. The 2018 bond referendum raised concerns from the public regarding how funds were allocated and spent. Before seeking additional taxpayer funding, it's critical that we demonstrate responsible financial stewardship through a focused audit. The audit will help build confidence that the district is committed to transparency, financial accountability, and the ethical use of taxpayer funds. Two, a targeted and narrowly scoped audit. To keep cost and time minimal, we suggest that the audit focus on key areas: construction project costs versus initial estimates, review of change orders and unexpected cost increases, procurement practices to ensure compliance and established regulations. And this narrow scope will allow the audit to be efficient while still providing valuable insights. 3, clarifying the role of existing financial audits. While the annual comprehensive financial report and procurement audits review the district's overall finances and purchasing processes, they do not specifically analyze whether the bond funds were used as intended for the projects outlined in the referendum. A dedicated bond audit will help verify that bond funds were spent on the approved projects and ensure that taxpayers receive the value they were promised. And then I'm going to ask, do you want to pick up from where I'm leaving off? Since it was kind of the three of us kind of brought it. Is that okay? Okay.
Chris, okay. I mean, it don't matter to me. Yeah, I think one thing that, I know we haven't really discussed it yet, but the need for new schools is coming, which could mean that the board has to decide if the people vote on a new bond. So I think if that was the way the board decided to move, I think we need to make sure that we have support of the people. And I think if we move forward without addressing concerns from the last bond, there's going to be some issues. And I think by conducting an audit, it demonstrates our commitment to accountability, which is essential for securing that public support and future funding needs. And I think when we talk about, financial review, we talk about procurement compliance, project outcomes. And I'll say on a personal level, look, I know no doubt that COVID brought along price escalation. You saw it, across the board in industry. But I think we want to make sure that just because there was a price escalation that everything was still handled in the correct way. Don't know if it is. I think it, as we talked earlier about win-wins, this is something that could be a win-win for the district because, we want to make sure we gain that public support for whatever decisions are made. And without addressing it, we're not going to have that. We're going to always have someone asking questions on it. So that's kind of why I stand. I'm in support of this. Don't know what the timeline looks like, but I do know it's something that needs to be done sooner than later. I think it probably needs to be an action item for the next board meeting, and we'll be requesting that. But if anybody else has any comments, I'll turn it over to them.
Okay, so I've kind of said I concurred with potentially looking at a bond audit. And I guess my concern is people throw the term around forensic audit. If you know anything about finances and financial accounting, forensic is huge. It is big. You're trying to look at everything all the time. And most times when you start getting into forensic, you start spending a lot of money and then it comes back clean. So my idea of an audit is doing more of a specific laser-focused scope of work so that we don't waste taxpayers' dollars by trying to find a needle in a haystack. So just thinking through it, what I say is that you look at the bond referendum, I would probably want to just summarize, at least as a start, let's start with a smaller laser-focused scope, like maybe we take the last major school that we built, and we maybe start looking at it. And I would like to maybe key in on if we had change orders along the way that were, say, maybe 50,000, you can argue on that, but maybe 50,000 or maybe 75,000 or above. And the reason I say that is because some of the public trust that we're working with as board members is people get concerned when projects are being done and nothing really comes back before the board and says, hey, this scope has increased. And whether it makes sense or not, we had our bond referendum where we said we wanted to build a school for $37 million. I'm one of them who voted for it. We voted to build one that was budgeted for $37 million for $58 million. And so the public is kind of like, whoa, how did it get $58 million? It's hard to just say, hey, COVID escalation just got it that way. And so they want some answers. And the big thing is, another thing about public trust is, if you refuse to do any type of an audit, it causes the public to say, you got to be obfuscating something. You got to be hiding something. And even though we will catch criticism on the back end, if we don't find anything, we'll catch criticism. You just waste taxpayer money. I think it would be better to spend a little bit of taxpayer money and go find something specifically that you're looking for and understand maybe where are some gaps that we potentially had or some things we could close and maybe tie in some policy to help us if we have to go and do another bond referendum. I'm sure we will at some point in the future. But if we do it, hey, at least we learned some things from our last audit. We tied some things together. We put some policies and some procedures in place. And now I think that will help regain the public trust. The only other part of that laser focus, besides maybe just taking one of our big projects or one of them, I don't want to open every single project that we had, but maybe one that's still open. You know, if you look at what's still on the ledger, what's still open. But then I think we want to look into any specific projects we had that significantly exceeded the budget. And I'll just give an example. I was not on the board at the time. I'm not trying to shirk it off. But for some reason, we had a transportation facility that was budgeted for one number, and we ended up spending 3 times that amount to complete it. There's got to be some learnings there. I'm not saying anybody did anything wrong. I'm not saying that. But there's got to be some learnings, and we've not really owned those learnings and said to the public, here's what they are, and here's what we're doing to avoid that in the future. So that's what I'm saying with the audit. I'm not going off in 5 million different directions. I'm just saying let's get laser focused on maybe 2 or 3 projects, and let's show the public we're willing to dig in. And then let's not look at every $500 or $2,000 change order. Maybe if it's 50 or 100,000 or something, let's look at that and see can we find out what happened there. And then maybe one of the policies is if we're going to have a significant change order, at least that's reviewed with the board. Hey, here's what we looked at. Here's what happened. Here's why we did it. Here's why we authorized it. And all the particulars of how we manage that within construction management at risk, we can work on that later. But I think let's get more in one lane rather than the whole bowling alley.
Madam Chair.
Flashnick.
I heard you all talk a lot about public trust. A couple of things that stood out to me when I saw this on the agenda that maybe tie back to a couple other discussions we've recently had. One is alternative funding sources, and I think, not to put you on the spot, Dr. Price, but he brought that up this evening when we talk about the org chart and potentially if we get into new builds, we might need a position to sort of fund a timeline for those builds. And I think it's hard for us and potentially the district to know exactly what the right position would be, what we might need to pay for that position. And then also from an alternative funding source perspective, I know we've always really looked at bond referendums, but there are other ways for us to potentially, I hate to use this term, but levy taxes that don't necessarily hit our private residences or hit our small business owners and business owners as hard. And so I feel like an audit could maybe help us define where our funding sources could also come from. Maybe it's not just a bond referendum per se. And then lastly, I'm a firm believer that in order to move anything forward, you have to know where you've been. And I think not having the data that tells us what has really worked well with a previous bond versus what maybe could have, again, not that anybody did anything wrong, but here's where you could save money in the future. Here's where you could be more efficient. Here's some things you should be looking at when you're looking at land to purchase, or you guys are talking about, and I'm making all this up, you're talking about wanting to build a new high school here or a new elementary school here or a new middle school here. And these are some things that we found in the audit that can help you be an efficient and honestly, our job is to be good stewards of the funds that come into the district, and I feel like that could potentially help that. Just some thoughts. I don't know if you all were thinking that, but that's some things that came to mind for me.
I had a question, because I agree with Ms. McKenzie and Mr. Rice in particular about it's so important to look at what you've done and what has gone well and then what you want to do better. I'm curious, because here's my question. Have we looked at maybe internally going back and looking and trying to do that exercise ourselves? Or is there a reason why we wouldn't want to do it ourselves? We want somebody outside to do that.
I can say because when you look at something internally, you're always going to have a bias, whether it's one way or the other. I think by having an external, you have a third party looking at it that's going to make a decision not based on an internal opinion.
I mean, I'll say this to give you a little bit of comparison, because I didn't want to just do this in a vacuum. So I've had some discussions with, say, board members in Lexington and Richland 5. They had a $240 million bond referendum, and the audit, they had an external auditor that came in and looked at it, and I think the total cost for that audit was about $130,000. They did not look at all of the projects out there. They looked at, I think it was the last project that was still open, and that's what they dug into. And as they dug into it, they found some other gaps. They said, oh, maybe we need to look at this, look at that. Then they came back to the board and said, hey, we found some things, but do y'all want us to stop here or do you want us to go further? Then the board authorized them to go a little bit further, and that's how it kind of capped out at about $130,000. So I kind of say that so that people understand we're not talking about spending $1 million or $2 million. I mean, you can get it focused enough so that you're a good steward of the tax dollars with just a little bit of money versus just, I mean, I'm telling you, I work with consultants in my job function, and if you just give them a blank checkbook, they will spend it. So you need to kind of say, hey, here's what I really want you to do, and you can get a lot of bang for your buck. The other significant thing about the Lexington Richland 5 audit was, I think for the money that they spent, they uncovered, I shouldn't even use the word uncovered, but they found some gaps that they could close, and if they had closed those prior to going into that bond referendum, it would have paid back, I think it was something like threefold of that $130,000. I mean, $130,000. So if you think about it, it's not like we're saying, hey, we got this huge bond, and when we do this audit, we'll find out that there was $28 million that we shouldn't have spent. That's not it. But I think as long as you're showing the public that you are incrementally getting better and continuously improving, they will trust you a lot further. And that's what I'm trying to get at for just a little bit of money.
One more question. Do you think they would trust you more if you look internally and say, you know what, I found these things that we can do better next time? Or do you think they'll trust you more if somebody outside comes in and says, y'all did that wrong, and now we got to own it and say, yeah. Does that make sense?
Or what if you know, what you're saying, what if we take a look and we say, well, you know, this does warrant, let's do that laser point audit.
So maybe start internal.
I think that an external firm specializing in bond audits would ensure thoroughness and objectivity. Also, I think that she is really busy. Jennifer, talking about you. And she does a really great job, and she's really busy, and I don't want to put this on her plate. I don't think that's fair to add this kind of thing to her plate on top of budget season and all that. You know, I think it's when we're talking about such a narrow scope that we could have someone come in and expect the cost to be manageable.
So a few months back, we had someone come and present, and do you remember who it was that presented to us about the different types of audits?
Malden and Jenkins.
Malden and Jenkins, yes. Maybe a next step would be to, before the board makes any kind of decision like this, to look at some prices of those things, because that could indicate whether we do or don't want to move forward and what scope if we wanted to move forward.
Madam Chair, would we, from a procurement perspective, in order to get an idea of price, wouldn't we have to? I don't know.
Put out like an RFP or something.
Usually you're going to have to do market research before you put out a procurement anyway. So I think that aspect would be done, and I think the ask that we would ask if we did an action item would be that the procurement department do the stuff to present to us what our options are, a price plan, and then go that way. Because usually you always do market research before a big procurement of any type.
At the same time, could we ask our district leadership to provide some feedback on what an internal review would look like if we have the capabilities, just as an option to compare?
I mean, you can. I'm not asking for an internal audit. I'm asking for a third-party external audit.
I guess when you say an internal audit, are you talking about our existing financial staff having to take time away from what they do now and conduct the audit? Or are you talking about us as board members having this information available and we comb through and look for certain things?
I don't necessarily think the board would have the expertise even to be able to do that. I think I'm just trying to kind of understand the specific concern that we're trying to dig out, because that's the reason why you do an audit. You have an identified concern that you want to target and understand.
I think, Mr. Rice, you addressed the concern with the transportation facility.
Yeah, $3 million budget, and it was $9.5 million to complete
Well,
it.
it was a totally different project.
Internally, we haven't been able to answer that question, or have we asked that question?
That question has been asked by the public, but we have not answered that question for the public.
So should we try to ask that question to see? Because, I mean, if we can save ourselves $130,000 to just ask a question, maybe that's a first step to take.
I think, though, oh, sorry, Mr. Pizzuti, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're good.
I think that it's fair to look at an external audit versus an internal audit, because I don't want to say that the staff doesn't have the experience, but I'm not aware of internal staff having bond audit experience. And it's not that they couldn't do it, it's just that it may be a better use of their time for us to allow somebody on the outside who lives in that world to do it. I think the second thing to your question about what questions are we looking to answer, there are several projects within the 2018 bond referendum, and I'm looking at the report that's in board docs right now, that are still not complete, and many that are over budget. And so I think the hope is that at some point we're going to need some funding to build new things, because this community is only growing. And we have spent a lot of money on other audits. We've spent a lot of money on a facilities audit. We've spent a lot of money on a demographic audit. We have other audits that are across our desks for approval. I don't think it's unfair to have all of the information across all aspects of our district to be able to answer some of those questions.
Okay. So I guess at this time, we've kind of talked about types and scopes, and we may need to add this to an agenda item in the future for action. So,
yeah, I'd love for that to be on the March agenda if possible, so we can get this moving along. Thank you.
Okay. We will move on to our next item, and that is at our last workshop, we were planning to discuss board priorities, but the hour got late, and so we deferred it to this meeting. But basically in January, so 13 months ago, the board at that time adopted some goals, and basically we as a board might want to designate a time or a work session to discuss the 2025-2026 goals. And so looking at those 2024 goals, do we want to continue those? Do we want to revise those? And it sounds like, I know Ms. Flashnick was like, are we going to do this at another meeting, or are we going to, when you were talking about something else? So would we want to do a work session to discuss this, or would it be better for you guys just to add it to an upcoming meeting?
I definitely think this is something that needs to be discussed. Depending on, I would like to see it in like a board meeting or an early or a work session before a board meeting, just for scheduling purposes.
Okay.
I mean, but I'm good with the will of the board or how we do it, but I think it's something we need to discuss.
Also, kind of in the past, we had those 5 goals, and a suggestion that was given was consider framing SMART goals: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. And so just things to keep in mind. So we will work on trying to get that into an agenda in the very near future.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think the goals are important. We spent a lot of time developing these, and just my suggestion, I think it might be good to start from a framework of, are there any of these goals that we think no longer fit or just need to be tweaked? Because I think we invested a lot of energy in these goals. So unless we got heartburn over them, we might want to, well, these 4 are good, but we just want to spend some time trying to figure out this 5th one.
And maybe that could be some homework where we individually spend some time looking through those 5 and seeing what we'd like moving forward.
And I realize this may be an ignorant question, but is there a reason why the Board of Trustees goals differ from the 5-year strategic plan targets?
That's a great question.
Great question.
Because I would think that, I don't know the process fully, but I believe that the board kind of gave a nod to those strategic plan targets.
Correct.
So perhaps the timings were just off, but if we like the 5-year strategic plan targets, that may be just a very...
So, Ms. Flashnick, when you said that, I can see the whole board. When you said that, every single one of us had that aha moment in our head. I mean, that's what it looked like. I don't know what they were thinking.
Wait, could you?
I don't know what they were thinking, but everybody kind of, its eyes got real big because that is a really good question. So
we didn't have a strategic plan last year. Your superintendent at the time underestimated the amount of time the board would need to develop its goals. The thought initially was a very simple one, that the board would develop goals that we would use for last year. It took the board most of the year to develop their goals. And about the same time, we were finishing up the strategic plan recommendations, and the 2 overlapped. So I would say that it's operator error in terms of your superintendent's judgment about the amount of time it would take 7 board members to create 5 goals.
Tonight being
Tonight
living
is
proof.
Exhibit A.
But we did create 50%. We did create 50% of Ms. Kimberly Freeman's editing time last year with all those goals.
Okay. We're going to move on to 11.7, which is the preliminary budget discussion.
Same thing. We've already, it's okay. If it's all right with you, we could just hearken back to the comments that were made earlier and put that in a work session together. Seems like the SMART goals and the budget priorities ought to dovetail, one would think.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So we're not going to go through the backpacks and stuff tonight then?
I would like Ms. Price to talk with you about the backpack, but I just want to say we don't need to spend time on budget goals tonight.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right. Daniel, put me back up there.
You thought you were off the hook.
That's right. I know it's been a long night, but hopefully I have a lot of great things to share with you. If we're ready. Here we go. All right. So tonight, I want to just take a moment and walk you through some of our HR budgeting processes. Thank you. And allocation numbers as we begin the very important work of having staffing conversations with schools and finding the best and the brightest to come work in Lexington 1 with our already amazing employees that we have. As you know, Lexington 1 has traditionally supported allocation formulas that lead to smaller class sizes than those required by the state's defined program. And tonight we're going to begin by examining the South Carolina defined requirements versus our suggested kind of Lexington 1 ratios and what that looks like in what has become known as the infamous backpack slides. So we're going to talk about those just a little bit. So let's dive right in. Here you will find on this slide our elementary ratios as compared to the South Carolina defined program requirements. As you can see on the left, the state allocates FTE at a 28-to-1 ratio for grades K through 5. However, because that includes FTE, that's a full-time equivalent that serves outside of the traditional classroom, That means they take into account all staffing. So that includes like music teachers, school librarians, all staff, and certified staff. That could result in the average being much higher, like 30 to 40, as shown in the little box there on the left. On the right side, you see the Lexington 1 calculation formula, where we go with a formula of K through 2 of 21 to 1 ratio and 3 through 5 of 23 to 1 ratio. You can see the immersion programming have a different ratio due to the structure of their programs there of 25 to 1. It's important to note that those numbers do not include your other certified staff, as the backpack on the left does. These on the right for Lexington 1 would just include your core classroom ratio teachers. Related arts are structured in a different way in elementary school, and of course we have school librarians. Those kind of things are in a different structure for our schools. At the elementary level, for school level, the state requires one principal on the left for every pre-K through 5 school over 375 students, and one assistant principal for every pre-K through 5 school over 600 students. We have been very fortunate in Lexington 1 to have 2 assistant principals serving all of our elementary schools for quite a while. However, we know that in some of our elementary schools that is still a challenge given the needs of the students and the size of the school. I think you will hear during some of our upcoming budget conversations that we're going to have this season about the potential of extending some of the pilot programs to expand AP positions in schools with some greater needs. And we're going to talk about some of that as the budget goes on.
Even so, I remember last month, Dr. Rivers presented a spreadsheet that had the school populations on it. So if an elementary school was like 396 versus 820, they both have 2 assistant principals.
Correct. Our elementary standard has been 2. It's very difficult in an elementary school to have less than 2, no matter what your number is, just because of just sheer.
Oh, yeah. I'm just 800 and something.
It is, yes. So we are going to talk about that.
Okay.
All right. So here you will see middle school ratio comparisons. This fall, we added 2 additional core FTE to middle schools in August due to large class sizes. That was at Gilbert Middle School, or we added that to the pool options. Gilbert Middle School and Meadow Glen Middle. Middle schools have less flexibility in scheduling than high schools do, as you know. This can lead to difficulty meeting the needs of incoming students. While we were thankful for the ability to pull these 2 FTE from the pool and provide support, adding these sections once the school year has started can be challenging in the terms of recruitment and scheduling. We have consistently heard from middle school administrators, teachers, and parents that making some adjustments at the middle level to address large class sizes is essential to consider. So in order to support middle school ratios that allow for purposeful staffing and intentional scheduling over the summer, we're proposing a slight tweak to the middle school core ratio for schools over 600, staffing them at 22.5 to 1 in the core instead of 23. That has been used in the past. So you will notice a number listed here for the staffing formula for schools under 600. This is the same as last year, as the flexibility available within FTE is more challenging in smaller schools, leading to a need to consider allocation formula that ensures students have access to a robust set of experiences similar to peers in locations with larger student populations. So as you can see, that sets us up for success compared to the 30 to 1 or the 35 to 1 as suggested ratios for the core subject areas that the state has on their backpacks to the left.
So that'll probably add about 1 FTE to each each middle school?
It actually does not, and I'll talk with you.
It doesn't add a full FTE, does it?
I'll show you that in just a minute.
Okay.
Yep. We'll talk about, I'll break that down for you in just a second, but students don't come in neat little packages, so it depends on kind of how they end up rolling up in their grade level bands from year to year, and I'll show you what that looks like in just a second. Yep. So when we talk about regards to middle school administrative staff, on the left you're going to see that 1 principal is required for every grade 6 through 8 school of 250 students, and 1 AP is required for every grade 6 through 8 school of 500 plus students. I'm sure you can't imagine a middle school with 1 AP. The state says that there should be 2 APs if the school goes over 1,000 students. Again, we're very fortunate in Lexington 1 to have at least 2 APs in all of our middle schools. In 4 of our middle schools, we have 3 APs due to enrollment numbers. And as you know, the board was supportive of a pilot program this year at Pillion Middle School due to the school needs for a third 190-day assistant principal. And we hope to continue to examine school and student needs to ensure that all schools are supported in the best way possible. And we look forward to hearing from Pillion tonight about that model and potentially continuing that as well. In examining high school FTE and ratios over the past years, we've seen an increase in required offerings at the high school level, such as personal finance. Additionally, students increasingly seek out diverse learning experiences and opportunities that enhance their abilities to graduate college or career ready. You've heard a little bit about that tonight. Again, listening to requests from school leaders and teachers, we've adjusted our high school ratios by 0.25 to support course offerings and maintain appropriate class sizes. You'll also notice that school allocations at the high school level consider overall student enrollment, which affords us the opportunity to provide substantially similar experiences at various high schools regardless of size, which puts us in a much better place to serve students than the state suggested 35-to-1 ratio. I do need to point out on the far right backpack it says 2,300 plus. That actually is supposed to be 2,200 plus. That category honor belongs to Lexington High School there. They are at an 18-to-1 ratio. And when we look at the state-defined program, which requires 1 principal for all 9 through 12 schools and 1 AP for any school over 500 students in Lexington 1, our high schools are supported based on their enrollment and carry a variety of duties within the building. The state sets a similar standard for high schools as it does in middle schools, that for every 500 students, 1 assistant principal is required. For every 1,000 students, 2 assistant principals are required. And in Lexington 1, schools with up to 800 students receive 2 assistant principals. 801 to 1,200 receive 3, and schools of 1,500, 1 plus have 5 assistant principals. All right, so let's get into the meat a little bit, and let me tell you a little bit about how we actually kind of dig into the numbers. So we talk a lot about average daily memberships. You'll hear us refer to it as ADM sometimes when we discuss the number of students in our schools. However, every child enrolled in our schools needs a teacher who's invested and supported, whether the student is present every day. So for example, a student may be out of school for a week, and they may not count in the ADM. But they still need a teacher there providing that work and checking behind them to support them. So that's why we actually staff on enrollment and not ADM. We want to make sure that we have that count for students who enrolled, for students who are there, enrollment. So projections consider where current enrolled students are coded to attend the school the following year. Initial projections are pulled on the 45th day of school. That's where we first start doing our calculations. And then we follow up and look at those numbers again on the 90th day of school to make sure, we're tracking to see which number is going to be most beneficial to the school and which number is going to be most beneficial to enrollment for students. Traditionally, the 90th day enrollment projection captures the numbers that best align with the staffing needs of the school from year to year. So based on the 90th day enrollment projection, the allocation formula are applied to draft our initial FTE requests for each school. And it's important to note that we also utilize the allocation formula for positions such as custodians, secretaries, counselors, other positions, not just certified teaching positions. So we look at those numbers and apply those formula to multiple positions. Then we don't just forget about that after the 90th day. We are continuously looking at that enrollment number from day 91 to the beginning of school, not just day 1, but day 1 and beyond. Our HR team is working in communication with the schools to make adjustments to those formulas to make sure that if we need to, add a teacher, move a teacher, add an IA, whatever we need to do, that we're making those adjustments on the fly as we need to. So let's talk about the actual numbers. So this slide is actually in reference to just certified FTE in regards to 25-26. Now, for right now, we're not going to talk about special education. That's a different slide we'll go to in just a minute. So this is just certified teaching FTE for 25-26. These are just general education, general fund positions. So we're not talking about other funding sources right now, just general fund positions. And there are many factors, as you know, that play into staffing formulas. And we've talked before, if you've heard me talk about staffing before, that, you know, students don't come in neat packages. So we can talk about 23-1 or 21-1 or 22.5, but I don't have 22.5 of a class. They don't come in neat packages. So when we start talking about how do we staff, it can, in some cases, 2 or 3 students can cause you to add another teacher. In another case, it may be 10 students that cause you to add another teacher. So you have to look very carefully. So it sounds odd sometimes to say, we had an increase in 10, you didn't get another teacher, whereas sometimes it's an increase of 5 students that cause you to get another teacher. It depends on the distribution of how many teachers there are. So Dr. Price loves it when I say it depends. He loves that statement that I say a lot. So we've also unknown factors. In elementary school, kindergarten is always an unknown factor for you. Other grades, you have at least numbers that you can kind of roll up to see, like, well, we kind of think this is how many are coming to you the next year. Kindergarten is always your unknown. You think you base it on what you have the year before. You look at grade information, like, how many demographic study data you have. You try to kind of figure that out, but quite frankly, you never know. We don't get reports from the hospitals that say, this is how many we think are coming to you in 5 years, right? And we kind of make the best guesses that we have based on information that we have. But in the graphic here, you obviously note that at the elementary level and high school level, there is a reduction in FTE. For example, at the high school level, when you look at 90-day enrollment numbers, those numbers have decreased from last year to this year, 11,390 to 11,310. And we do look at that because we staff on enrollment, right? We staff on projection. So we try to keep that in mind from year to year. Also at the high school level, factors such as the number of students attending the college center. You heard that tonight. So we do pull those students out because if I have 50 of your students going to the college center, I need to staff the college center for those teachers. So I'm going to pull those students out of your high school so that I can send that FTE to the college center. So I do subtract that from Gilbert High School, Lexington High School, Whitenoll High School, if I know that's where they're coming from to go to that school. So you'll notice that up here that when we talk in just a second, you'll see some plus on the college center, but you're going to see some minus on the high school. That's going to make sense because you're going to see those students shifting from the high school to the college center, right? Remember that, I think Dr. Rivers showed you some charts the other day, and those charts were more ADM-based charts. Those were what we talked about earlier. We're showing you what schools are staffed on, which is enrollment, who's actually in the building in the schools. So as you can see, the sum of the certified teaching FTE needed is a 0.5 increase to the general fund budget for 25-26. This makes sense that you would not see a substantial increase in the request for FTE next year since the 90-day enrollment projections were for 24-25, 26,221. For 25-26, they were 26,155. So it was a 66 student decrease. But again, I don't have neat packages to give you. So even though it was a little bit of a decrease, I do have to distribute them a little bit differently. So sometimes you do have to shift those FTE. So it's important to note that in the budget request to come this year, as in all years, this is just FTE. I will bring forward, as we move forward in the process, a hiring pool. This does not include that. That helps us cover positions that might need to come forward. For example, if we see enrollment shift and all of a sudden we have a whole lot of kindergartners and I need to add a kindergarten teacher to that, I need to have somewhere to be able to do that. So later in the budget process, I'll ask for, a hiring pool of 10 teachers or whatever, so that if we have increased enrollment, we have somewhere to take that from. This is based purely on formula, purely on those backpacks, those enrollment numbers that we would love to see class sizes stay at, 23 to 1, 21 to 1, those numbers. So in the past, we used to do staffing allocations and we used to do a growth formula, like a plus 1%. We don't do that anymore because we were trying to get closer to real numbers, right? Closer to real budgets. So that's why we kind of still need those pool positions to be able to make some of those, like we talked about early, middle school hires, some of those IA hires that we're going to talk about in just a minute, some of those hires to be able to have some flexibility for schools if they get in a pinch when we see some needs at back to school time. So our goal is to focus on staffing numbers as accurately as possible while being flexible to consider those needs across the summer and as back to school time. So that pool does allow us to do that. We can't staff on hypothetical numbers, but we can think through a plan to kind of be ready for that if we need to be. So to kind of give you a little bit further, so for example, next year for support, we examine all the positions by formula. So when we look at support staff FTE, this would include positions such as career specialists, graduation coaches, nurses, health room assistants, secretaries, Title I liaisons, 4K and 5K assistants, library assistants, classroom facilitators, ISS monitors, custodians, housekeepers, student support monitors, parking lot assistants, help desk operators, behavior support assistants. I mean, everybody, right? So we didn't list all those. We're just listing here any changes. Okay, only the changes would be noted here. So the 5K instructional assistants that you would see here would be a +3 because we have +3 kindergarten teachers that we are estimating for next year, and you need a kindergarten IA to go with them. And then the -2 is the other IA high enrollment that we hired this year. They came from the pool. That was at the beginning of the year when there were classrooms that were high in enrollment at the beginning of the year. It was either too late in the year for a school to find a teacher to hire, or they chose not to hire a teacher. The grade level decided, you know what, the teachers decided we'd rather have an IA to support us. Maybe they didn't have space. For whatever reason, that team of teachers and that principal chose to hire an IA to support that team at the school, and we had the pool to be able to do that. So that resets every year because now we would have the space to hire a teacher for that to roll up for the next grade. So that resets so the IA's FTE would go back. It's important to note that doesn't mean those people would lose their jobs. Of course, there are lots of IA positions, and we would be able to find supports and places for those people to go. It just means the FTE would go back into the budget for us, the general fund. So you kind of see the analysis for that. So overall, that gets us to a +1 in the support staff that we would put back in the general fund. Also here, got to get back on track, you will see that the discussions take place here for the career specialist positions. Discussions have been made over time to reduce the number of positions for that. This is the final year of the planned reduction. We will reduce from the 2 central service career specialists to 1 serving elementary and middle schools. Again, it's important to note that anytime you see a minus in FTE, that's not a person. We do have a vacancy that we're shifting that into. So, we have that covered, and that's a -1 there. All right, now, special services is a very unique bucket to talk through. When you see the +12.15, that is not all general fund, so don't panic there. Special education is very hard to separate into just general fund because it comes from so many different funding sources. So this slide reflects the 25-26 FTE allocations for special education. It is noted a little differently because it's unique, and a lot of times the positions are funded from many different sources, and so it's just very hard to break it down into just general fund. So we're going to have to do this one a little differently, so bear with me. What you see here, it will show all of the changes at this time because it's going to continue to change from now until the end of the year. And it is going to include all of the funding sources that we have together. So again, not all positions, not all sources. So for example, and it's going to just include the changes. So for example, OTs and PTs you're not going to see on this list because we anticipate at this time the OTs and PTs would be the same number that we have now. So as with other programs, you will see reallocations as students age out of programs, shift schools, move in, et cetera. And Dr. Adams and her team have worked very diligently to ensure that state and federal guidelines are being met in regards to special education staffing. So you will note at this time, the projected need for special education staffing is plus 12.15. These are by formula or by need, by IEP team meetings and requests. Please remember that this does not mean the increase just to general fund. Some of these would be through IDEA, Medicaid, and ATSI funds as well. And again, as you can imagine, this can change very easily throughout the budget process. Student needs would evolve. We're going to have students that move in to us with legal requirements that may change, and we would keep you posted as this goes on. As we would get closer to time, we will also know a little bit more clearly what part of that will be general fund, but right now that's at plus 12.15 in special education. So just a few reminders, because I've said a whole lot of words. Information shared with you does not include allocations through other funding sources except for that one special education slide. For example, schools might use Title I funds to add another interventionist or to add another school counselor or something like that on their own. It also does not include information from other proposals. So, for example, it does not include things from like the salary study or anything. This is just calculations of FTE through formulas that are general fund positions through formula. This is nothing extra. This is just the meat and the bones, right? All those things will be presented later. Dr. Postwaite talked a little bit about those other like wish, number twos, like Lexington 1 standards, and the number threes of the wants, the wish list kind of items. These are just by formula positions or by kind of legal guideline positions. And kind of the important piece of that is, why are we talking about these numbers now? It's a lot of information, but we've talked a lot about ratios, staffing, and formulas, and the most important piece of that is because we want to hire those people now. We want the best and the brightest to join our best and brightest, and we want them right now. You heard us bring 22 of them certified and several support tonight, but we want even more of those, and we want to get them as quickly as we can. The support piece, the special education piece, that salary study group brought you special education as a big target for a reason. We know that's important. And then you saw I just gave you a really big number already just by formula of plus 12.15 that we need. So we know that we have to be out there early, hitting the ground, recruiting and looking for as many people to join our team as possible. So we wanted you just to be able to see those numbers and know what we're looking for. We want principals to feel good about being out there early looking for people and know that they have, your support to be looking for the best and the brightest early on to find those great candidates to come work with us. So I know I've said a lot and it's a long night, but glad to answer any questions that you have about that. So,
Ms. Lashley. Madam Chair, I have one quick question. When you talk about the hiring pool,
yes,
and let me state I respect that this job is very difficult, and I'm not jealous to not be in your seat. Is there a point in the school year at which that budget is released, or is it just the hiring pool budget stays around because we never know at any point in the year we might need that money?
We are still spending it because we have special education students that will move in all year long, and like one-to-ones, we're still hiring them as students come in, and they would be pulled from that pool, for example. If we would not use them at the end of the year, we would give them back to the budget. It's a great question.
Anyone else? Thank you so much for all of this
Absolutely.
good information. I know we have a lot of work ahead of us, but I think we're ready to get going on that. Whew. All right, y'all. We're moving to action items. 12.1 is the Pillion Middle School Administrator Assistance Pilot Program. Do I hear a motion to sustain the Administrator Assistance position at Pillion Middle School for the 25-26 school year?
I move that the board sustain the administrator assistant position at Pillion Middle School for the 2025-2026 school year.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All right, I will open it up for discussion. So I think, Ms. Kiesler, you are here to talk to us.
There it goes.
Okay, I was just too tall for the podium. I can lean down a little. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the school board. I'm very excited to be here tonight to share with you some of the remarkable progress we're making at Pillion Middle School this year, thanks in large part to the 195 AP pilot, which I'm now going to refer to as the bigger book bag that we were allowed. But first I wanted to kind of take you through what led us on our journey to get here, because we have some new faces. Oh, perfect. All right. So last spring, we undertook a comprehensive review of our data. That included student performance, attendance records, teacher feedback, and through all this, we identified our most pressing needs. So those are highlighted up on the board. This obviously highlighted several key areas, which you can see listed. First, we found a significant need for more comprehensive student support, addressing both behavioral and academic needs of our students. Second, we really want to strengthen the targeted interventions to improve our student attendance. We all know if students aren't in school, they're not learning. And then third, we recognized that we needed to enhance teacher support systems and establish a clear accountability measure for our instructional practices. And finally, we identified a need to have a more equitable distribution of the workload among our assistant principals. So to address these identified needs, we developed a work plan for the 24-25 school year, as all schools do. And we focused on these two key areas. So first, we're prioritizing the instructional improvement by supporting teachers and using backwards design to create engaging assessments and daily lessons that meet the needs of all our learners. Second, we're directly targeting the issue of chronic absenteeism and truancy, which we know are things that are plaguing a lot of our schools at this time. So the addition of a third assistant principal has really been pivotal in enabling our leadership team to concentrate on these crucial goals. Traditionally, we would develop a detailed work plan over the summer, only to see them sidelined with the day-to-day operational demands of running a school. However, this year, with the added administrative support, we've been able to shift our focus from mere operations to that of true instructional leadership with some remarkable numbers. And so that's what I'm going to talk to you about now. Kind of Pillion Middle School by the numbers. First, and most importantly, you'll see listed that academic growth, which is one of those things that we're very proud of. We've been able to consistently implement our work plan this year through targeted professional learning, purposeful PLC meetings, and observations with specific feedback to our teachers. And you'll notice just that high number, 191 classroom observations already, and that's twice the number from the end of the year last year. And with that, we've seen this direct support yielding tangible classroom results and driving our significant growth. And so if you notice there, we are projected to reach 153% of our iReady math goal and 140% of our iReady reading goal. So huge gains there. Furthermore, with a dedicated assistant principal attending our special education DBI meetings, which I know y'all got to kind of experience before, we fostered meaningful conversations about student progress. This has led to a 5% increase in math and reading growth among our students with IEPs who have already met their stretch growth. So at mid-year, they're already there. And that's bringing them to our, closer to grade level proficiency, which is what we want to see. In the area of school climate, the addition of a third administrator has been instrumental in shifting our approach to discipline from being reactive to proactive. So specifically, we've been able to have a designated AP actively involved in each grade level meeting. This provides a crucial platform for our teachers to voice their concerns early on. This early intervention has allowed us to address potential issues before they escalate, leading to a more positive school climate, and it is actually reflected in that 22% decrease in office referrals. I don't want to say that we are spending less time on discipline, but we are spending it proactively, and so really making those positive connections and positive rapport there. Attendance has been a huge focal point for us. It's something that the Pillion area has combated as a community for a long time. Our attendance data is reviewed weekly by administrators, and we are following up on it promptly. This proactive approach allows us to identify and address attendance issues quickly, ensuring students are in class and learning. We are seeing positive trends in attendance, and you'll see that with the 8.2% decrease in chronic absenteeism and the remarkable 46% decrease in truancy. So the discrepancy in those two numbers, if you're like, well, that math ain't mathin', that really is due in large part to the fact that our parents are communicating with us. We're talking to them. They're telling us where their students are. We still have an issue with students missing lots of days, whether it be for illness, bereavement, out-of-school suspensions, but our parents are talking to us, and they're responding really well to that. All right. But this is by the numbers, and for those of you that know me, I love some numbers. But Pillion Middle isn't about the numbers. And so that's where I've provided up on the screen some quotes that really speak to how transformative this additional administrative staff has been, this bigger backpack has been for us. So I'm going to give you a second just to look at those quotes. So as you can see, it's not just about the numbers. It's the tangible difference that we're making in the lives of our students and the professional growth of our teachers. Pillion Middle is demonstrating that with targeted support and a dedicated leadership team, we can significantly impact student achievement, improve school climate, and foster a culture of continuous improvement. The investment in a third assistant principal has allowed us to move beyond simply managing the daily operations of school to truly leading instructional change. We are building a school where every student has the opportunity to thrive and every teacher can feel supported. We believe that the success that we've seen this year isn't an anomaly, but is a testament to the power of focused leadership and strategic support. We're confident that with the continued commitment of the board, we can sustain and build upon these successes. So thank you for your time and attention, and always your unwavering support of our students and our school. At this time, I don't know if I take questions in the action, but I can take some questions.
I'm going to give you a quick comment. To me, you've shown the numbers that we have gotten a great return on our investment in the Pillion community. And a lot of times we get feedback that Pillion is not invested in, but to me, this is a testament to when we provide those supports and we provide that investment, you all give us that return. And so hopefully we as a board will continue to support that. But kudos to you and your team for moving those numbers and creating that communication with the community and those parents.
Mr. Pizzuti?
So, Ms. Kiesler, and I have a hard time saying Ms. Kaiser because I've known you since you were. But I will say, I'm like you, I love to see numbers. And these numbers are phenomenal, what y'all have done. But to me, a real strength besides numbers is a good leader, and I appreciate you being a leader for that school. It is based on the numbers you've seen. I think it's not just that, but a good leader implements what's asked of them, and I appreciate that. And your staff, Ms. Wood, you're missed at Gilbert Chair, just to let you know. Had to throw that in there, but thank y'all for what y'all do.
Absolutely. Anyone else? Thank you so much. We're super excited for Pilgin. All right, board, so after hearing that discussion, all those in favor of the motion to sustain the Administrator Assistance Program at Pilgin Middle School for the 25-26 school year, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries.
Madam Chair, we take this time. Ms. Kiesler, introduce your APs that are here with you.
I love it. Oh. Wonderful. Thank you all for the work you're doing. Item 12.2, approval of funding for a comprehensive communications audit. Do I hear a motion to approve up to $50,000 from the general fund balance to conduct a district-wide communications audit?
Madam Chair, I move to approve up to $50,000 from the general fund balance to conduct a district-wide communications audit.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Okay, Ms. Roof, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. As you may remember in the strategic plan update workshop we did, I talked to you about one of the strategies for implementing in the goal 2 the items that pertain to high-quality communications and partnerships that support students and employees was to develop a comprehensive strategic plan for communications and engagement. As we, in the communications office, started trying to put ideas and thoughts and goals and objectives down on the plan, one thing that really became very obvious to me with a background in public relations is that the research part of that needed to come first. And while I was hoping that we would have that research we needed at our disposal, looking at the climate surveys and our own anecdotal experience, I recognized that that wasn't the high-quality research that I needed to produce the high-quality strategic plan. And so started, like Mr. Brazuti said, you start doing market research, right? And looking at, okay, I need help in bringing in someone from the outside to be able to evaluate, assess, and study objectively what we are doing so that we can develop smart goals and strategies in the communications department. And just added a few extra slides on top of what I shared with you already. So this is the standard public relations process for developing a strategic communications plan. And like all great industries, careers, we like to have acronyms, and in the PR world, we call this RPI. Isn't that very original? But you start with the research part, the assessment of your current communications efforts. Then you go into that planning and developing, and then it's the implementing and the executing. And Mr. Rice, what you brought up earlier is that y'all have heard from folks, well, you do a lot of assessing and analyzing audits, if you want to use that word or not, but what do we get out of it? And this process lays that out for you. The research is there so that you don't develop a plan based on one person's viewpoint or your small circle's viewpoint of how you think you're doing and where you think you need to go. But then that's just the first two steps. You take that plan, you implement, you evaluate it kind of cyclically, annually, going back to some of the things y'all talked about tonight, 5-year cycle, 3-year cycle. Some things are evaluated immediately, but that is built into the process. And when you have that communication strategic plan, that just keeps you in that continuous improvement cycle that I think is vital. So in doing that, the most effective way that I have found in my years of working in school communications and from my background is that you need that high quality objective assessment of your current communication efforts. And those are that type of assessment is best conducted by an outside consultant because I live here, I grew up here, I raised my children here. And it's very easy for me and my staff and even the people that I interact with on a daily basis to reaffirm for me what I think in my head, which is, oh, yeah, I know these things. I see these things. I send out Inside Voice every 2 weeks. Certainly, yes, people should know about these things. But I am, again, coming from a person who has deep roots in the community, have lots of connections to the community. I need someone to help pull out and look at it from the top down, from this side, from the left side. My dad was an old car mechanic, and put that thing up on the lift is what he would tell you, and get underneath it and around the hood and over the hood. And you need someone outside to do that effectively, in my opinion, in my experience. And I've had experience doing one other audit in a previous district. And those things listed on the slide that I will not read for you are what they look at for you and include the evaluation of your current products, I call them, your stakeholder feedback and perceptions, to include our students and employees, parents, and even board members are what I include in internal, but then you want to step outside to your external, your community members, business partners, organization partners, and then finish up with the last 3 parts of it. So that, in a nutshell, is what we would like to do. We would put out a request for proposals. What I have put in the content there for you under the public content for this is a sample. It's not finalized, but that is a good outline of what, when we are writing the RFP, those are the types of things that we would request in the RFP for the association or the private marketing advertising firm consultant to come in and do. So I will wrap up my explanation. I have already talked too much about it, but this is where my heart is, so I do get passionate, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ruth. Board members?
Ms. Ruth, I have a question for you, and this may seem small, but I truly feel like nomenclature is important. Are you asking to do an audit, or are you asking for a consulting arrangement to come and evaluate your processes?
In my field, it is referred to as a communications audit.
Okay.
That when you put out the RFPs, when I was doing the market research, that's what you see them publicized as. Okay. You can call it an audit, you can call it an assessment, you can call it an evaluation, you call it a study, but the crux of it is those things right there. And that, in my world, when I've been working in these in the past, they have just referred to it as an easy term to say we're doing a communications audit. Okay. But do you have to call it that? No. But I think when you're working with when you're putting it out in an RFP and you want the right people and the right firms and the right associations to respond to it, you want to stick close to that nomenclature so that they understand what you're looking for. It's not uncommon to call it an audit.
Okay. I think just for general public, audit is used to identify a particular issue or looking to a particular issue, but that's not really what you're trying to do. You're really trying to kind of figure out where your holes are and how to make your product better.
It is a comprehensive audit in all of our efforts in order to say, what are we doing well? What are we not doing well? What can we do better? How do we improve it? What are the current best, and also benchmarking it against current best practices. that is really key. Like, is what we are doing with our inside voice comparable to the current best practice of what school districts across the successful school districts across the country whose enrollment continues to maybe not skyrocket. I mean, we've lived through the years of extreme growth in this district, and that's too much to bear. But I certainly want to have a communications department that contributes to the healthy growth of our district, and that is getting that message out that we are a great district, like you mentioned, Mr. Rice, with the realtor. I mean, that's part of getting that. But also for me, where I'm most passionate is the communications connection to our parent engagement, because that parent engagement, engaged parents, and the research will show you that drives student achievement. High-quality teachers in the classroom and parent engagement. And I truly believe that high-quality communications can drive and improve parent engagement, but I want to make sure with this audit, this evaluation or assessment, that we are doing all we can to support that parent engagement piece.
Thank you, Ms. Roof. I appreciate your words, and I appreciate the need to kind of think that looking, outside can give us a better clue. In fact, the way you explained it, we should have had you explain it for us earlier, because you did a good job explaining it. But my question is, we're getting into speaking about spending money. So what is the difference between, let me ask you, if we said, you're asking for up to $50,000 for this audit, what is the difference between us giving you $50,000 for this and say, hey, we'd rather give you $50,000 to do a campaign? Would this help you decide? Because we're going to get questions, are we paying twice for something? Mm-hmm. Are we paying for an audit, and then we're going to have to pay again for, a campaign that we may want to do? So to people that have questions about that, how would you respond?
I don't see this audit producing a necessary, an effort to do a campaign. Where I see this audit is taking what we're doing now and saying, these are the things you're doing well and continue to do. These are the things that you're not doing and that you need to do. It is not about a campaign to accomplish this or a campaign to accomplish this. This is overall strategic planning for the next 5 years of our department that supports our district strategic plan. What I would say to that is, in my previous experience with doing a strategic audit like this, I came out of it and there really weren't any large budget requests to go and do a marketing campaign or a public relations campaign. It was improving what we already had in place, and possibly moving funds around where we have them to strengthen the things that needed to be strengthened. And you know what, you're spending money on this, you don't really need to do that anymore, so pull back from that. But me personally and in my team, we don't see this as a reason to go and look and find the reason to then do another $50,000 big marketing campaign. If we were doing that, that would be more of a, going back to comparing it to your specific audit with earlier. There would be a specific thing, let's just say bond referendum, okay? We wanted to get information about how do we inform folks, because, we can't tell people how to vote, so I want to be very clear, that's not where I'm going here. But we have a bond referendum coming up, and we want to go out and assess what people know about our current facilities, what they don't know, what they need to know. And so we might hire a consultant to do that, or we might try to do that ourselves. And when you go and look at a specific issue like that, then you typically come back and have a whole recommendation that's like, okay, you're going to spend X number of dollars on billboards, or you're going to spend X number of dollars on developing a new website. That is where you would find those campaigns. So if we were in a position where our enrollment really started declining, I wouldn't say you would want to do a big communications audit that's comprehensive of everything we do. I would say you'd want to do a look at who's moving into the district, who's not moving into the district, very specified with the intent of developing a campaign. Is that?
Yeah, thank you very
much. That
makes
sense?
Yep.
So I think what you're really trying to ask me is like, Libby, are you going to come back and ask for more money after they do this audit because they tell you need X, Y, and Z? That is not my intent. It really is to have the research and the data to write the strategic plan. I have 6 talented people, but we need to know if we're spending, that's a small staff for our size district. It's a good size staff compared to many other school districts who are 1 and 2 people shop. So I don't complain, but I know our time is limited. I mean, I can only ask so much of them. So I just want to make sure that what we are doing is maximizing the benefit for the district. And I think this audit would help us do that.
Thank you.
One more question. How much have you already kind of looked around at what other school districts are doing or kind of use your resources for what you're seeing like across the country, or how much have we done of that? And are there other ways to go about this that don't cost $50,000?
There are other ways to look at what other districts are doing. They don't really tell you, they don't give you an evaluation of what you are doing. So we could do this internally. We would have to stop doing things that we are doing now to do this internally. To do it well, the process is you develop a comprehensive survey, which I am not an expert at. So I would go over there to Dr. Phillips and I would say, when do you have time to help me develop a statistically significant survey? So then I would also have focus groups that I don't need to lead because I would influence, unintentionally, I would influence the focus group. So I would need to go out and hire some individual people to conduct all those focus groups and then pay them to analyze it. And then I would need to hire somebody or get somebody, lots of people around the school district to take all of the stuff we use to communicate, come up with rubrics to evaluate those tools, those communication channels, and then say, now do this. I don't have any of that foundation really built into my office. It can be done, but again, we will stop doing a lot of what we're already doing or not do it as well as we need to. So I don't ask for this money lightly. I know $50,000 is not a drop in the bucket. But I do think it is worth every penny. I do not think we will come close to $50,000. I just don't want to have to come back to you if something happens and, some type of COVID pandemic hits the communications audit world, and I don't know that the expenses are going to go up. So a good baseline is somewhere in the neighborhood of $30,000 to $40,000, realistically.
Okay, board, we have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor of approving up to $50,000 from the general fund balance to conduct a district-wide communications audit, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? One opposed, and the motion carries. All right. Moving on to 12.3, exception to policy IJOA, student travel. And that is Ms. Gaskins? Okay.
Yes, thank you. It's that time of year where we're getting requests for students to attend national competitions, and some of those last longer than the 3 consecutive school days that are in policy IJOA. And in recent years, many of those national competitions have moved to more weekday competitions rather than the weekend because of inflationary costs. And so I'm not sure if I'll have any more to bring you later in the year. Hopefully not, but these 3 certainly do exceed the 3 allowable days.
Okay. I did not get a motion on the table before I asked for this discussion. So do I hear a motion to approve an exception to policy IJOA, student travel?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve an exception to policy IJOA, student travel, to allow our students to attend the VEX Robotics World Championship in Dallas, Texas, and the We to the People competition in Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Is there any discussion before we vote?
No, just to say that my son is going to Washington because they won We the People. I'm very proud of him. And I might actually join him. I mean, I can't go with them like I asked. And she said, sorry, no, but you can come on your own.
Congratulations.
Okay. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I just say our We the People team and our robotics teams are awesome. I mean, they are like top notch, all of them, and they compete at the highest level every year. So this is great.
How many years in a row for We the People? It's like 4 or 5. Yeah.
That's wonderful. Okay, everybody in favor? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. All right. Do I hear a motion to approve policy JH and JHR, student absences and excuses?
Madam Chair, I move we approve policy JHJHR, student absences and excuses.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All right, Ms. Gaskins.
I brought you this policy for first reading last month just to make sure the language is consistent with state law, and also change the age of students who can be referred to family court for truancy. And as I shared last time, it was recommended when we had our courtesy transcript audit that we make some adjustments to this policy, which we have done.
Thank you so much. Board members, do you have any comments or questions about this policy?
I did, but they're all answered already. So.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. McCown. All right. All those in favor of approving policy JH and JHR, student absences and excuses, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve policy IHBIB, IHBIBR, primary, pre-primary education?
Madam Chair, I move to approve policy IHBIB, IHBIBR, primary, pre-primary education.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Ms. Gaskins, back to you.
Apologize. I did receive some feedback last month that has been incorporated in the revisions you see before you tonight. There's been a little bit of additional feedback this week, so you may want to have more discussion about any additional revisions to IHBIB.
So I think the revisions that you're talking about are from Ms. Flashnick. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Moving basically the
how,
what, the what,
mm-hmm.
the what and the how.
The what to the policy and the how to the
administrative role.
Correct.
Okay. Board, do you have any questions or discussion about what's being presented tonight for second reading? All right, all those in favor of approving policy IHBIB and IHBIBR, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. All right, do I hear a motion to approve the 2025-2026 board meeting schedule?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the Board of Trustees 2025-2026 board meeting scheduled as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Shealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Ms. Roof?
The only change that we made was just to add at the very bottom an or other in case additional meetings are needed. But I believe, I don't know if there are any questions or concerns about the dates.
As of right now, the only change is adding the or other purposes at the bottom.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Board, do you have any comments, questions, discussion?
I have hopefully a very quick question. What is the process, or is there a policy process if we need to add additional dates? Does that just get added? Is there a vote that's taken? How does that work?
So are you meaning like when we do the workshops and things like that?
I guess let me clarify my question. I'm tired. Sorry, that's not a very well thought out question. If this schedule needs to change for whatever purpose at a later time, does it have to come back for 2 readings again, or?
No.
Mm-mm. Okay.
No, I think if you if you needed to cancel a meeting, like, if we had to emergency cancel the meeting could just be canceled. We have had votes before to change the time, the date. So if we know in advance, unless it's an emergency and you had to just say this meeting's canceled, like we had to do for the workshop, whenever that was. I'm like you, in this month, I think. Yes, so that just got canceled. If the board said in January, none of us are going to be able to make the February meeting, we are going to vote, we'd like to make a motion to change it, then you could vote to do it that way. Yes. But I don't think there's a particular, in the policy, it's real specific on how that happens.
And I think the main concern would be if something was changed, that we have to follow the FOIA laws to make sure the change is posted and all that stuff.
Yes, I mean, the biggest thing is the notifications requirements. And if we had to have an emergency meeting, you can do that. If it's within the 24 hours, then you have to immediately in that meeting, you have to explain why you're having the meeting. Does it meet one of the emergency circumstances? Yes, sir.
A few of us, well, most of us went to the annual convention Thursday and some Wednesday to Sunday. And so I will say I don't know when the next convention is.
It's the weekend before this February meeting.
So it'll be like this again. I just wonder if maybe we want to change that because it's quite a lot to have this type of a meeting on the heels of the convention. I felt like I was just really flustered. I mean, getting all of this prepared for this meeting and getting home Sunday afternoon was a lot. It was too much.
Sure.
So one thought, though, is that next year no one will have to attend new board member training. So it'll just be a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And it could be possible that we could get the stuff out a day ahead of time. If we bump it back a week, we're into March. If we bump it up a week, we are behind a weather makeup day.
Well, it's President's Day again.
Is that, yeah.
So usually there's always a holiday that week.
Yes, there is a holiday on Monday the 16th, which is why it got bumped to the 24th.
Right.
And so then you're looking at the 10th.
Yeah, so I would.
The information.
Yeah, I would say when this comes up next year, for that reason, we just make sure we can get the information a day or two earlier would benefit, so we don't have to move anything around.
Yeah, we can make a note of that. I think.
Dr. Price, we can.
I'll just ask them to plan a session at the conference for you all to have time to review your board meeting information.
Oh, goodness. All right. So after that discussion, all those in favor of approving the 2025-2026 board meeting schedule, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Okay. Item 13.0 includes items for board information. You've received the following monthly financial reports for your information: the monthly general fund financial report, the monthly general fund budget transfers report, the monthly capital projects report, and the monthly unauthorized procurements report. Ms. Miller, would you like to share any information with the board?
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Kathy Henson. Is it on? It is. It's exciting to say this is our first month in the 7 months of this fiscal year that you will see our revenue exceeded our expenditures. So it's that cyclical nature where we're getting our local tax dollars in. So we had about almost $50 million of revenue this month and only $30 million of expenditures. So it was a positive change in our fund balance of approximately $17 million. That gets our general fund balance to approximately $93 million, and you can see all the detail of that in the reports provided. And then I want to do a huge shout out to everybody, the end users, and our procurement department, because our unauthorized procurement numbers were down significantly this past month. I even asked what changed, and there was no change. Everybody just did a really great job, and I really appreciate our procurement staff. They host pop-in meetings and really communicate and work with the end users. And then, of course, our principals and bookkeepers for always making sure they're filling out all those pesky forms we have. So we appreciate it, and that is the evidence of a job well done.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miller.
All right, several board members, like Ms. McCown was saying, attended the 2025 South Carolina School Board Association's annual convention. And the SCSBA celebrates their 75th anniversary this year. So board members, would you like to take a minute to share a takeaway or two from the conference?
I'll just quickly say that, and we talked about this during our at some point in the night.
6 hours ago.
We had the general session speakers were phenomenal this year, and the third one we had, I guess that was Saturday. I could go on and on, but his name is Dr. Brown.
Dr. Adolph Brown.
Adolph Brown. Look him up. It's worth looking up. He has an incredible story, but all of that to say, he at the end strips down. I mean, he had clothes underneath clothes, but he took off his blazer at the very end and had a T-shirt that said "Because Kids," and it was very touching and emotional, and just really brought it back for all of us. I think just why we're here, and I think we have to remind ourselves of that multiple times in a day, even what's important. The kids are important. So for me, that was the biggest takeaway.
I will just echo that. That was the biggest takeaway of all the takeaways.
I'll just add real quick, another session, they talked about mindset matters, and I love numbers, so I tossed a number out there for you. So he said we have 60,000 thoughts per day. 80% of those thoughts are negative. 95% of those thoughts are the same thoughts you had the previous day. We have a negativity bias, and we swim in that negativity bias. So we have to focus on the positive. And so that's where Mr. Rice, what do you say?
Tell me something good.
That's right. So next time you walk up to somebody and say, instead of saying, "How are you doing?" because do you really want the honest answer? Tell me something good.
I love it. Anyone else have anything to add?
Yeah, I wrote a couple of things down, and I got my phone out because usually I don't write a lot of stuff down, but some of the stuff and most of this came from Doc Brown, so if I wrote it down, it means it's pretty something good. So one thing like you said, and we talked about this earlier, don't ask who am I, or ask who am I, not what's my why. Because if we don't know who we are, we don't know what our why is. That's kind of how I took from that. This one, I don't know if I want to say this one, but genetics loads the gun, but environment pulls the trigger.
Mm-hmm. Bam. That was a good one.
And sometimes it's not about a life balance, but a life harmony. And servant leadership means if serving is below you, then leading is above you. And then there was one more quote, and Mr. Rice and I were in this one together, and I don't want to get it wrong, so I'm going to look it up so I can read it. It's a quote from Vince Lombardi, the old football coach. And it's kind of what I kind of use in life in general, but perfection is not attainable, but if we chase perfection, we will catch excellence. So I think that's the thing. We try to always be better every day. And to carry on that, what we talked about, things I've said here, what you've seen tonight in this board meeting, it's been a long board meeting. I think some of us been here since 4 o'clock, so we're going on 6 hours. But you saw a lot of disagreements, you saw a lot of discussion, but just know it's not because we don't like each other, but it's because we all have passion to do what we think is best for the students. And you have 8 including Dr. Postlewaite, passionate people up here that are going to give their thoughts. And we may not agree on everything, but we're going to do what we think is best for the kids and we all have one vote. But just know we don't take personal things personal up here. We're going to do it. We're going to work together, have good discussion, have disagreements. But when we leave this place, we may disagree up here, but when we leave here, we're going to be fine.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Mr. Rice, you got anything before we close?
I do. So in true engineer fashion, one of the quotes I'm going to give you is the formula that the guy gave us about negativity, why we see so much negativity. He said BS plus CC plus EP equals N. So BS is bad stuff. Y'all thought it was something different. I got you now. BS
Well, I've been
is
wrong for
bad stuff.
years.
But BS
I've been wrong.
plus CC, which is constant complaining, plus EP, which is excessive pessimism, equals negativity. And he said, and this is where the whole tell me something good comes from. That's why I've said it tonight, and I've been saying it to people this week since I got back. He said, how do we overcome all the negativity that's in the world? Because we've got it. We live in it. We see it everywhere we go. He said, it's simple. We have to learn to enhance the conversation. He said, as leaders, we have the job to enhance the conversation instead of dwelling on the negativity. In other words, tell me something good. So you force people, instead of just saying, hey, Casey, how's it going? And I wait for you to complain. Hey, Casey, how's it going? Not that you complain, but hey, how's it going? Tell me something good. And it changes because you have to think about it. You have to say, oh, tell me something good. I've been living in a negative world, so I have a tendency to just, I'll tell you this, nobody out here ever planted weeds in your front yard. Weeds are automatic. But the good grass you have to plant, you have to tend it, you have to take care of it. And that's the issue. We're in a negative world, but we as leaders have to enhance it by enhancing the conversation, shifting around. Tell me something good. Even if somebody's calling you and they're complaining about something with the school district, shift it. You shift it. You say, listen, I'm glad you called me. You are one of the concerned parents, and that's really what we're looking for is concerned parents, because concerned parents make this a great district. Tell me something good, too, while we're on the phone.
Amen.
Enhance the conversation.
Thank you, Reverend Rice.
Preach.
We really did have a great time. We attended different sessions, whether it was on district communications or artificial intelligence or superintendent evaluations. There were a lot of conferences, sessions that we attended. Dr. Postawait, did you have a point of clarification?
If everyone else is finished.
Yes.
3 sentences. First, if you're not too exhausted to indicate your first and second choices, if you can make it on March 5th, please leave that on the table. Second, excuse me, we will check into whether or not we are correctly posting all the documents we are supposed to post in the correct place, as the speaker pointed out. And third, just so everyone knows, we do not in this district go out for executive lunches or dinners. That charge was for a large school for lunch for teachers when they were in a required training. That's a new law that was passed. If they don't complete the training, they cannot continue to teach that grade level. And the principal bought lunch for the teachers and had it brought it to the school. So that's what that charge was for. That's 3 sentences. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Postawait. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Madam Chair, if I could, before we leave tonight, I've got a few things I'd like to cover, and I've got it down to about 5 pages now.
Mr. Henderson.
With that, I move that we adjourn.
Thank you, Ms. Flashnick. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, meeting adjourned.